Good morning and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Laser Eye Centre Champ Pairs, broadcasting live from the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Centre. My name is Alex Reid and I'm delighted to be joined in commentary again by Terry Blackburn. And Terry, first up today we're going to watch a game between Kay Gorry and Panya Sigley from Russell, way up in the far north, taking on Leslie McClendon and Aggie Motu from Bridge Park in Auckland. Terry, have you come across any of these players before?
Yes, the Bridge Park team, Aggie Motu and Leslie McClendon, particularly Aggie, she's had a blinder of a season up in Auckland. I feel like every time I've gone up there to commentate, she's been winning. So I'm really looking forward to watching her in action. And yeah, I've played against Leslie in a development octagonal, and she was in really good form as well. So no doubt they'll be a strong combination.
The pair from Russell too. Lead on her forehand side. Now the Dunedin Stadium is lovely and true. The greens are probably a little bit slower than what the Russell combination might be used to, so we may see it takes just a few ends to warm into it.
Yeah, I think that was something we saw last week in the singles. Once a player was able to just trust that speed, they'd usually hit their stride and be away.
That's a great start from Leslie, the lead for the Royal Oak team. Royal Oak, of course, has a covered facility as well, so they'll be no stranger to carpet. See the skips crossover. Aggie looking really relaxed, isn't she, this morning?
Yeah, I think that's how I've seen her play. She's usually pretty chill. I think she just plays what's in front of her, which is a really good way to be. Kay Gorry playing her first bowl of the match.
On the back end, of course, the conditions of play for this event something 18 ends with a 2-hour time limit. If the end is killed, if the jack is killed, the end is dead and it is replayed. So 18 ends, reasonable length game. And this Aggie here, I think you're right, she won 2 or 3 of the Auckland Champion of Champion events in the season just gone, didn't she?
Yeah, that's right. And the way she was playing was absolutely unreal. Whether it was a draw or a drive or anything in between, she was just acing it every time. It's brilliant to watch.
Panya just giving Kay a foot.
She's on a fair line here. Just the speed that's going to take her through, but a good sighter.
Yeah, you can see there from that nice camera shot that it's finished sort of just underneath the centre line, but past. It's not the end of the world past, is it?
No, that's it. I think it'll be a good bowl to work back from.
So the Royal Oak combination holding 3 with the 3 bowls of Leslie's. Aggie trying to draw a 4th, but she's going to fall short. That's almost a track there, isn't it, Terry? That bowl of Aggie's that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack if you draw underneath that on your forehand.
Yeah, I wondered if she was going to block that hand, but it actually looked more like a good guide. We do see the far north team switch over though.
Cool.
They must feel like it is in their path.
Oh, it's just because I was busy saying she'd play the forehand side. This is a nice path here. This is very close.
Oh, brilliant
What
here.
would I know about bowls? That is an incredible shot. That's unbelievably good. Great shot from Kay. What do you do now? There's that short bowl.
Oh, Aggie will just be following that down. She's seen that it is possible. She, of course, has the option to sit Leslie's bowl as well.
I can't get over that bowl of Kay's.
Oh, absolutely. That was a stunner.
Like, Aggie would have been sitting there as a skip on the first end thinking, oh, we're probably going to score 2 or 3 shots on this end. There hasn't been a sign that we're not going to, but Kay switched to the backhand, absolutely nutted it, and won to the team from Russell on this first end.
Yeah, it was a really good start from Leslie McClendon. But what a shot from Kay.
Of course, as you can literally see on the scoreboard, it's Bridge Park, not Royal Oak. So deep apologies. I have had half a cup of coffee this morning and then I stopped drinking it. So in lieu of blaming myself, I'll blame the lack of caffeine. But yes, the Bridge Park club, which is situated right next to the tennis club. Have you been there, Terry?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's next to the tennis club. It's a nice place. Had a lot of success in Auckland events. More in the men's recent years than the women's, with Phil Taylor and Tio and their group of players.
Not a bad line for her first attempt down that side.
It'll be interesting, the old adage in pairs, isn't it, is that the leads decide who wins the match and the skips by how much, and it sounds sort of cliche, but it is true. The way Leslie started off on that first end, she'd be looking just to, if she could keep doing that for 18 ends, you'd favour the Bridge Park team's chances.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovely delivery from Panya Sigley.
Looks to have a bit of speed on it.
Leslie just sitting down on the forehand side. Memory, I think she may have been part of that, the 1-8s team for Auckland that won the last ever National Junior Intercentre. Played at Howick. I think your mum was part of that team as well, Terry.
Was that the last one, was it? Yeah, I believe she played my mother-in-law in the final.
Yes, she did.
So,
sure, that's the topic of conversation around the dinner table.
Yeah, no, it was very exciting to watch them both in there. That was a very cool event.
So on this conclusion of the second of 18 ends, you'd say the leads are probably similar heads they've played, haven't they? We've got a back bowl for both teams. Leslie's drawn the shot. There's a couple that are slightly low, so neither skips crossing over here thinking, oh, I've got a clear advantage.
Yeah, Leslie's third bowl effectiveness so far has been really good. It is always nice to cross over holding shot, even if the head is open to both skips.
Kay, we saw her play a beautiful backhand shot to finish the first end with. Leading off on her backhand. To get here, they defeated Anne Lomas and Joanne Milich from the far north RSA. Anne Lomas won the Champion of Champions singles, and of course is a member of the Bowls New Zealand Hall of Fame, having won the world triples and fours in the same year in 2000. So that's a good win in the centre final to make their way down here to Dunedin for the Laser Eye Centre Champs.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds like they combine really well and are always at the pointy end of their club events.
So we'll probably see with both of these teams the communication being pretty efficient. Like they're obviously two pairs teams that play quite a lot of bowls together, so you find the communications efficient. She could get a very good result here inside out. Oh, just about wiggled her way in.
And communication between teammates can make all the difference, can't it, Alex?
It certainly can. Often you see even just the hand signals, like it might not be that they talk a lot, but the skip will look to the lead after something's changed on the head for an indication with the teams that have played a lot together.
I think there's something about, you know, that regular interaction between players which actually keeps you mentally sharp and invested in the game as well.
Shots in here. Problem is if you move the kitty.
Panya, and this is exactly what we're talking about with the communication, because Panya's the 35 metres away as the lead. She can see the head quite clearly, so often you see the leads give a little bit of direction to the skips if there's that trust factor there. Oh, it's gone quite well. Should be second and third shot, you would think, for the Russell team.
This one. Yep, it's about half a mat high. Yeah. Track's just under there.
So switching to the backhand, Egi Motu. How's the weight?
Yeah,
oh, she's got the early clap.
Leslie looked interested.
Oh, what a shot. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, just narrowly missing those front bowls, which is all she needed to do.
How good is that? So it's going to be 2 to the Bridge Park team. 2-1 after 2 ends.
Yeah, that was a classy early bonus shot for the Bridge Park team.
It's been a sort of evenly traded blows, isn't it, for the first 2 ends? When you've got an 18-end game, Terry, and you're playing, do you sort of treat the first 5, are they your trial ends for you, or do you just try and go, is your shot selection different in the first 5 ends to what it would be in the last 13?
Yeah, I'd say so, because I would probably approach those early ends of the game as just trying to feel it out. Yeah, just feel out the rink, really, and get into a rhythm. And then, of course, you can build on that because you will grow in confidence in how you play the rink, which then gives you a wider range of shots. So, yeah, as the game goes on, you know, you might feel more confident in playing something else.
It will be interesting to see as the game goes on whether we see a favoured side of this rink. And during the singles, we didn't really see a favoured hand, did we?
Yeah, no. Obviously, players, you know, might have a preferred side of the rink, but overall, you know, that was changing from player to player. It wasn't that everyone was choosing the same hand.
Leslie here, setting
a jack
into her
movement.
work. That's a lovely bowl, well played. Well, I think we'll see Panya stick to her forehand side.
Am I trying to roll onto my ball?
You can see the really cool shirts that the Russell team is wearing indicate on the back that they have just recently had their centenary year, 2023, 100 years of bowls at the Russell Bowling Club. They have one Starweed green, and they run a business house series as well, which is pretty cool. So a vibrant little club way up in the far north.
Have you ever been to Russell?
I've been to Russell. I haven't been to the bowling club, but it's on my bucket list of things to do. Got about 45 bowlers out of the Russell Bowling Club, so chugging along nicely. Panya here on her forehand again.
Panya had just taken some weight off with her second bowl, but she looks to have made up for it with this third one. Not far away at all. That's 2 good seconds. Leslie, of course, holding shot once again on the crossover. 2 good position bowls as well. I imagine Aggie will just be following Leslie down on the forehand. He's got an opportunity to add a second shot, maybe even lock Leslie's one in a little better. Not a bad effort here.
Look at that. Very nice head building, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It limits Kay's options here, really. She can't be looking for any jack movement because that's only going to favour the bridge park at the back. So it's really just looking to promote Panya's bowls or find a path. Oh, she's played it so well.
Not far away.
I think half a bowl, narrower or wider, would have got her the shot, but she sort of got the middle. Aggie switching to her backhand now. Might be too wide for that hand.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to stick. A little bit.
Yeah, Kay really just looking to draw now, I think, on that backhand. If she can find a path in just around the jack, that would be really good. Oh, this is pretty good. She just get the bowl clean is what she wants.
Oh, look at this. What a bowl. What a shot.
Excellent. Lovely weight as well. No stress. Could be holding 2. I'd be thinking, how can we get the jack back? She could peel those 2 purple bowls out. If she gets direct onto the shot bowl, it'll probably just kill.
Yeah.
That's a result as well. But if she goes square through that second shot, what we think is the second shot, they'll both go.
Is her bowl, the shot bowl, how far in front of the jack is it?
Aggie certainly won't be shy of having a go.
Yeah.
She's winding up.
Needs it to let go a little bit. Oh, good try. It would have been amazing to watch all those bowls go.
Yeah, and who knows what would have happened to her follow through as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Panya was right. The line was good. I think it just ran out of puff. Kay again turning the head around.
So what was that on that end, Terry?
They've conceded one and they're measuring for the second. Does look close. Going back.
Right, what's happened here? One after all that. And last week we had a chat with an expert from the Laser Eye Centre, and she enjoyed it so much she's come back. So I would like to welcome Melissa on to the broadcast for the Laser Eye Centre Champ Pairs. Melissa, have you seen any more bowls since last week? Have you been doing any spotting?
I had a look at previous competitions actually on your YouTube channel.
Brilliant.
Yes. It was quite amazing. We're here, the first time actually me seeing Ladies Bowl, and that was some amazing stuff just in the last round.
Yeah, it's like they can't miss. No, it's good. But no,
Every
we're delighted.
Once in a while, every once in a while, sorry to cut you off there, I just am so excited about bowls now. Every once in a while you do see one that goes quite fast and all the way to the back, it seems like. Are those on purpose?
Oh, they are if they connect with the head. So you can, we call it driving in bowls, so you're allowed to try and hit other bowls out of the way, but the trick is hitting what you go for, I suppose.
Ah, I see.
They usually claim it's for some sort of reason.
Yeah, it's when they miss their head, it's when they find the back of the the rink.
So we've spoken a little bit about the Laser Eye Centre, and we are absolutely delighted to have you guys on board as the sponsor for this year's Champion of Champions series, Melissa. But for those who don't know what the Laser Eye Centre is, are you able to just to give us like a short rundown? What do you guys do?
Well, it's in our name, so primarily that's how we started doing laser vision correction all the way back in 1995. And laser correction still makes up the bulk of what we do, but since technology has just been advancing at an astronomical pace, we are now also heavily into refractive cataract surgeries, refractive lens exchanges, and other surgeries for front of the eye diseases as well.
Sounds good. So we just see Leslie, she got a little wick there, didn't she, Terry, just to sort of...
Yeah, it was a nice slide to run through, probably for shot.
So you mentioned there refractive cataract surgery, Melissa, and it sounds like a lot of real complicated words. What does that mean in layman's terms? What can you do with that?
Well, it's a 2-in-1 surgery, you see. As we get older, almost everybody will come to develop a cataract around the age of 60 or 70 or so, and that makes things blurry. It's a fogging of a piece inside of the eye. In a standard cataract surgery, you would go to an eye specialist who would remove the foggy part and replace it with an implant or a man-made lens. The only thing that makes refractive cataract surgery different is the lens replacement part is carefully calculated beforehand, so it neutralizes a glasses prescription as well. So you can get rid of the cataract fog, but also get rid of the blurriness that caused you to need glasses in the first place.
Oh, that sounds like a win-win. I don't know why you wouldn't go for for that option.
Oh, yes, exactly. I believe that all cataract surgeries should be refractive to some extent, because the chance is provided to you right there. Why would you not make everything better?
So we see on the crossover, Kay's been playing well, hasn't she, Terry?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Leslie has held shot on every crossover, yet we see the score is 2-all, and that speaks to how well Kay's converting, really.
She's got perfect speed there, just underneath the line a little. And Aggie on the backhand.
Looks to be good. She did draw a really nice bonus shot on that second end coming down that hand. She's done the same again.
Yeah, that's great stuff. So we just watch this ball make its way up, and you're willing it to turn at this stage, aren't you, as a team member?
Yeah, now you're willing it to run. Not far away though.
You can come around that.
So this event, Melissa, has been played in Dunedin, and I know the Laser Eye Centre, you've got a few places in the North Island, but it's not unusual, is it, if someone in the South Island, was it last week you're telling us, is Invercargill the furthest away someone's travelled to get you guys services?
Yes, Invercargill is actually quite a recent one. So that's from New Zealand. The furthest is Invercargill. That person came to our Hamilton clinic. So we do have clinics in Taranaki, that's in New Plymouth, and in Tauranga, as well as Pukekohe as well. But the furthest we've had geographically is actually from the Cook Islands. So Pacific Islands, because they lack these facilities. So some will get in contact with us by phone or email and arrange international travel for their eye surgery.
That's amazing. Now, what's Kay trying to do here, Terry?
She's trying to probably find a path to the jack.
Oh,
or
how did she go through that and miss everything?
Yeah, I think she would have needed contact on a bowl, right? I don't think there was a line to the jack as such, so contact to sit in the head would have been good.
We think the Bridge Park team is holding how many shots there?
It's hard to know if that short one of theirs is in. Certainly 3, I would think.
So it could be a big end for the Bridge Park team as Aggie tries to draw a bonus shot here. So essentially what we're saying, Melissa, with the Laser Eye Centre is that, like, your geographical placement is largely irrelevant, isn't it? Like, if you are interested in sort of investigating the laser eye surgery solution, there are options if you aren't sort of really nearby one of your centres.
Yes, there are certain things that we can do remotely, even without the patient having come into the clinic. So we would coordinate with your, say, community optometrist or look at previous notes if you've received previous surgery. We can get about 80% of the way close, but sometimes we do require the patient to be in our clinic in the chair, and we would coordinate the best time and place for that.
Cool. We see a 4 there to the Bridge Park team, so that's a big number, 4 out of the 6. So if you score a 4 in a game of pairs, it's sort of rare, isn't it, Terry? It doesn't happen that often.
No, it doesn't happen that often, and I think when it does happen, it's really key, well, for both teams here, but if you've just scored the 4, you want to score again to really capitalise on that. But of course, if you're the far north, you'd be looking to score here just to close that gap again, and then it feels less like a 4, doesn't it?
So what they're doing here is just seeing if the jack is up the legal length, so we'll have an umpire come through, and it's a perfect time to pepper Melissa with some questions about the Laser Eye Centre. Oh, you shouldn't touch that. You should just, yep, there we go. Sorry, I got distracted. So laser eye surgery. I'm an anxious person, and I know I'm not alone in that. What could you tell me if I came to you guys and you said, laser eye surgery's a good solution, and I was a bit scared about sort of going in for the surgery because, like, what happens if I sneeze or move? How would you calm me down, Melissa?
Well, I'd say that there's very little room to make mistakes. This is such a common surgery and it's so well polished. Compared to other surgeries, it actually has no blood and no stitches either. The whole surgery is about 30 minutes long if you're getting lasered in both eyes. And we hold your eyes open and we numb your eyes so much you can't feel anything. So all you have to do is lie on the table and look at a blinking light above you for about 10 seconds per shot of laser, and you'll be done in out in 30 minutes.
That actually sounds okay.
Sounds manageable.
Look, if you can survive a trip to the dentist, I think you're more than good enough to come and do some laser. We can even sedate you a little bit before you go in, but we don't tend to knock people out for this kind of surgery because it is fairly minor.
Very good. And is there anything you guys can't fix at the Laser Eye Centre?
There are certain things, unfortunately, laser can't fix. For example, if the vision loss is coming from the back of the eye, say glaucoma, macular degeneration, or even kind of born with lazy eyes, unfortunately, laser doesn't fix that. So even for people who've had their surgery done and they can see really well, we do encourage everybody to do their general optometrist eye health checks at least once every 2 years to avoid losing any vision unnecessarily.
Is that just a general recommendation you'd have for any Joe Blogs person, Melissa? Is just to pop in, even if you think you've got good vision, to find an optometrist somewhere every 2 years and get your vision checked?
Oh yes, absolutely, because good vision and good focus requires every single part of the eye to be working well, and because a lot of the slow treatable diseases are silent, it is really a worthwhile investment. You know, if you have good vision, you want to protect it. So an eye test every 2 years, even if you can see or you think you can see, would be the best way to go.
Are there any I'm deviating a little bit and just asking idle questions. But are there any sort of warning signs if your vision is deteriorating that you might sort of fob off? I know we talk about sort of being able to read the crosswords, but in your general day, is there anything that might happen to me over the day which could be an indication that I need to get my vision checked?
If your vision is blurring intermittently throughout the day, that could be a sign to get things checked. If you see any flashes of light or floating shadows where there shouldn't be any, and especially if they've come on quite quickly, that's a sign to get checked really fast.
I'll keep that in mind. So here we go. Leslie on the backhand. Through the jack.
Yeah, those
following it, that's a good bowl.
Those third bowls of hers have she really makes them count.
If I stay, similar shot.
So Melissa, people have the option to book in a free assessment. What happens at those assessments?
So, Terry, the free assessments themselves take approximately an hour long, and it starts off quite like a regular eye test. So you would see the technician for scans of the front and back of your eyes. We would check the focus, so lots of 1 or 2 questions that everybody loves, and then we'd have a look at the general health of your eye, every part of it, and then we would have a chat about your options for surgery. And the important thing about surgery is that there are options. Most people have more than one way of surgery that can be done for them, and we would work out a solution with you, having a chat about what each surgery entails, and we would come together to choose the correct one.
That's great. That sounds like a really comprehensive, first assessment.
Aggie on the backhand here. You can see they lead 6 shots to 2. And holding one to that bowl at 12 o'clock to the jack. Perfect line. I'm not sure if she's got the oomph. Kay's probably following that down, but under the line, eh?
I would be looking under, searching for the shot bowl. It looks to be that is what she's after. How's the speed?
It's not far away.
You'd probably be playing it with sort of just that, I don't know, foot past the jack.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed that she fell short there, I think. eh?
Yeah, making sure you're reaching. That is Panya's bowl directly in behind the jack. Aggie will know that she was on the right track last time, and just to add some speed, looks as though she's done that.
This could be absolutely brilliant.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, Aggie Motu is a classy bowler. Runs in the family, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Not just in bowls, of course.
Now, how's the weight here? This could be... Well, we'll just wait and see. It's on the path of genius.
Oh, what an
Oh.
effort. It's not easy to come around all those bowls, especially visualizing that from the other end. Those bowls will look quite wide from where they're standing.
Yes, from their point of view, it is quite quite amazing that they can get around them without hitting anything.
Yeah, that's really trusting the line in your bowl, which is great.
Certainly much easier to watch bowls than it is to play it, I must admit. So on this end, if we got... What's the situation on the head, do you think, Terry?
I would say 2 shots to the Bridge Park team.
And we think the shot bowl's too far away from the jack to try and like play through and pop it back.
I'd have to have another look at the head. Oh, looks like she's playing under the line though this time. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I would have thought maybe the forehand, chip it out. Of course, it depends. They still
Oh.
could have gone 1 down, of course.
So they're going to measure for the second shot. One has been conceded. And that bowl that Leslie's measuring there, that's the Bridge Park bowl. And then that other blue bowl that she's measuring now is the Russell team's bowl. Looks like 2 to Bridge Park, I would say. I'll just hold fire. Two there, so 2 more shots to the Bridge Park team. They now lead 8 shots to 6 after 6 ends of the 18.
And that's what we spoke about before, you know, they've just picked up a 4. Now having scored a 2, that just pulls them away, doesn't it? As opposed to dropping a 1 or a 2 where, you know, the game is still very much even.
So, Melissa, you can see in the background we've got your wonderful Laser Eye Centre Champs media wall, and on it has an 0800 number and a website. Are they I presume they're the 2 easiest ways to contact you guys if you're looking to book an appointment? What's the best way to go about it?
Oh, yes. So we have, of course, our lovely website, which you can fill in your details, and reception will give you a call. If you do call the 0800 number, there will be a choice to get through to Hamilton, New Plymouth, Pukekohe, and Tauranga actually has their own extension now, because Tauranga is also a 5-day-a-week clinic. So booking in the free assessment, usually we would capture some important details over the phone, but if you find it easier to email us in your busy schedule, you're also welcome to do that too.
Can you remind us of your 0800 number, please?
It's easy to remember. It's 0800 733 2020, which is where we hope
I like
everybody
the
will
20.
end up after they see us. Yeah.
I like the 2020 at the end. I think that's very clever. 2020. And I think
Yeah. So
there
if you
is
look
a,
at it on a
oh, you
dial
go.
pad, yeah, it's C2020.
Oh,
It's a 733.
even
That's
better.
If you look
better.
at it on the letter, yeah.
Well, a brilliant opening bowl from Leslie. She was not too far away with the second one, just took a little bit of weight off.
see there, 0800 733 2020 to contact the Laser Eye Centre and investigate what they can do for you and your vision. There is a deal going too for bowlers if you quote your Bowls Hub membership number upon deciding to get a procedure. And if you don't know what your Bowls Hub membership number is, just flick us an email, which you can find on our website, and we can assist you with that.
Leslie switching to the forehand. Feels she's a little bit wide, and I would say she's right. Speed really good though.
It's interesting how you know when you let the bowl go sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a good thing though. It shows that you're in tune with what your bowls are doing on that rink. I'd be worried if you let it go and didn't know what was going to happen. Pania had 3 pretty well weighted bowls, just couldn't quite find the line. Which hand are you playing, Alex? It's either way really, but...
Good question. Possibly the forehand side, but just to the right as we see it on the screen. Thank you, Aggie.
Yeah, there's something about beating your opposition to it. You know, that's the hand Kay is likely to play. She's got a bowler and jack target to work with.
On the way, buddy.
So, Melissa, if someone's had lens surgery or cataract surgery or laser surgery before, can you have it again?
The same surgery can be repeated in some instances, but in other instances, maybe the same one is too difficult. However, because there are essentially 3 different parts of the eye that we can operate on to fix vision, if one procedure has already been done, you can usually do a separate procedure on another part of the eye, so they don't tend to get in each other's way.
Oh, that's good news. As we see Aggie here on the forehand side. You said earlier the surgeries are about half an hour. Oh, look at that bowl from Aggie Motu, and it sat down.
Oh,
Yeah, that changes Kay's shot a little bit. Well, it's still the same shot, but it's not as clean as before, is it?
What was I saying, Terry? Oh, the surgery. So what's the... So say... Oh, we'll just wait for... I'll ask you the question after this bowl, Melissa, because I think it could be quite an interesting bowl. I think Kay's been asked to play with a bit of speed. Needs it to hold. Oh, good try. That's what Pania has said.
Yep, so Leslie's calling Aggie to where her feet were.
Why would she be doing that, Terry?
We can see that Kay is playing with speed, which means movement for the jack if she were to connect. So it's really just covering their bases.
It's a bit like playing a game of chess, isn't it? Now you go, well, just in case the jack does get popped back, we'll put a bowl here for it.
Yeah, because... Oh, that's really good placement, isn't it? Really?
so that would be one of those strategic placements where they do go too far on purpose.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
In anticipation that someone will knock the jack to where they've placed it.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
And that's what we're going to see Kay attempt here. Good communication between Kay and Pania. So Kay on the forehand.
Yeah.
She's given herself a chance. She could get a good result if it holds it all, but it's not going to.
I could be wrong, but it sounded like Pania was sort of saying, you know, pick a speed that feels comfortable to you. Don't, you know, overplay it, because that's when it's likely to, you know, you pull your arm, it pulls narrow, maybe you flick it wide. So it's just a matter of picking your speed, isn't it?
And I think we saw, was it another 3 there to the Bridge Park team. So an 11-2 lead now. And I'll get back to the question that I was asking before I got distracted by the bowls. What does a surgery, it goes for half an hour. So say I'm going in for laser eye surgery, Melissa. Do I have to stay at the clinic for long, or how does it work after I've been released from my half an hour of laser eye surgery? What's the next steps?
So after you're released from your surgery, you would usually have a clear plastic patch taped onto your face, which you can actually see out of. So it's not a blanked out. It is not a blanked out eye patch. But at that point, vision is usually a little bit foggy. So especially if you've been dilated, you dilated. I've lost my train of thought. I was also looking at the bowls. If you've been sedated, if you've been sedated, especially you should not drive. So you should have a driver, friend or family, drive you home. Actually, so you are not required to stay overnight at the clinic. Certainly not anywhere near the clinic. You can go home and sleep in your own bed. But we do know that some patients do drive or fly a long way to come and see us. And so for those patients, we do provide some accommodation that is very close to the clinic, booked for you and a driver, so that you can get a good night's sleep.
Oh, cool.
Another good bowl from Leslie there. She's really just been so consistent, hasn't she? Often holding shot, always with position. Really allows Aggie to play with confidence.
What do you think Aggie's thinking about here?
Exactly that. Yeah, it's really open on that backhand. It really doesn't matter if she draws a shot here or draws past. Aggie's obviously called for her to be past, and I think that's a great call to make. If she happens to fall just short of it, she'll be right on it.
Willing it to come back in just a little bit shy. It's a lovely effort.
Still room for Panya.
I'm just drawing around my bowl.
Again, we hear some really good communication between these two players. Always clarifying, you know, what it is that they're actually doing. That's half the battle. And of course, the second part is to execute it.
Execution, yeah, for sure.
A lovely, lovely effort. I do like those Russell club shirts.
They're nice, aren't they, for their centenary year? It's been one of the cool things about bowls in the last 20 years is our club and centre uniforms have got a lot more colourful, haven't they? Which I think is a good thing. As of the bowls. So Melissa, say what percentage of people who have vision problems can get assistance through the laser eye surgery? Like how many people can get it, say, out of 10?
Oh, that's a hard question actually, because we are only one clinic, so the number of people coming through our doors, that could be a little bit different region by region. If we're looking at age group though, I'd say people under the age of 45. It would probably be a good 90% or even more than that. As people get older, different parts of the eye tend to deteriorate a little bit. So if this number goes down a little bit, I think after the age of 60 or 70. But I'd say that the number will always be a good. This is me just pulling numbers out of my mind, but I'd say a good 80% or more. At any age group.
I'm just going to believe whatever you say. So you talk with confidence. It's how commentary tends to work. But.
Yeah, at least out of the patients that I see, it would be a rare occurrence to have more than one person that we can't help at all in a given week that we see.
Is there any reason why someone would delay getting laser eye surgery? Say, like, you might think that you're a bit young and think, oh, I'll just wait till I get older. Is there any reason why someone would delay, or is that just you just should get it if you need it for your vision?
If the prescription is changing by itself quite dramatically, say year on year, you always need new glasses because the prescription is not stable. In that case, especially if you're young and under the age of 25, it would be better to wait. Because theoretically, we could do a surgery over and over again, but in my mind, it's not good to play catch up all the time. It is better to do one stable surgery and get it over and done with. Yeah. But we do
And that's
understand
sort
that
of,
there will be some people, in kind of special circumstances. For example, you really need the vision to be able to join the police force, the military, for occupation. Then those will be taken into account.
and that's the sort of conversation you'd have with someone if they came into your clinic looking to get their vision looked at, if you'll excuse the pun.
Oh, yes, definitely. So everybody is different, different eyes, different lives. So we would take each individual, into account. And we're always honest about the options because there are options and we will discuss every one, even if that option means doing nothing for now.
So we see Kay on the forehand. This is the last bowl of this end. Wheeling it back in. Not going to be the case. So we'll just see who's got what.
Kay's second bowl will help their cause, I think. It would have looked like, I don't know, 4 otherwise, but I don't imagine it would be a big multiple.
So just before we let you go, Melissa, I've got my last question for you. It seems to me, and you spoke about it at the beginning, in the last 10, 15 years, technology has moved in leaps and bounds in all areas. There must be some old wives' tales or some common sort of misconceptions that you get about laser eye surgery. Are there any in particular that you'd like to clear up?
I think the biggest one is it used to be, and with some of the older technologies in the 80s and 90s, that only short-sighted people with minus prescriptions could get some form of laser. Now that's definitely not true anymore. So I think if you are long-sighted or your distance vision is okay, but you need reading glasses, we can still help you. We can help you now. If you go back about 20 odd years, maybe the answer would have been no, or maybe you've tried when you were younger and was actually told no. Things have changed. Things have definitely changed, and you should come and see us for an opinion now.
Yeah, there's literally no harm, is there? And I can't see any reason why you wouldn't just book one of those 3 assessments and see if you have got vision issues, particularly in the bowls world, actually, Terry, because you're using your eyes a lot, and it's pretty important to get clear vision. It's certainly, I'm halfway to being, by the end of the 5 weeks, I'll have convinced myself. So I'm long-sighted, but I quite like my glasses, and I'm frightened of of laser surgery. But Melissa, you're halfway through convincing me, so I'm sure by the 5 weeks, a lot of the Bowls New Zealand staff may be on board this bandwagon.
Yes, I'll convince you first, and everybody would look at how good your result is, and then we'll have them come in waves, which is actually quite a common thing. There was a period of time that we couldn't figure out why there was such a large influx of patients coming from a very small rural town with an unusual postcode, and we figured out that we had done surgery on the local hairdresser.
That's fantastic.
Who better to spread the word?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, wow. Bowls is next up, and thank you very much for joining us in the commentary again, Melissa, and we look forward to welcoming you back next week. And remember, if you are interested in the Laser Eye Centre, you can call 0800 C2020, whatever that is, 73 whatever. What is it?
733-2020. Yeah, we look forward to your call. And thanks, Alex. Thanks, Terry. And we'll catch up next Friday.
Awesome.
Thank you, Melissa.
Perfect.
It's an enlightening conversation, wasn't it?
Oh, it's so clear that Melissa knows exactly what she's talking about when it comes to laser eye surgery and everything that encompasses.
Look, they're legitimate questions. Like I'm quite long-sighted and have required glasses all my life, but they figured it out when I was 8. They thought I was dyslexic, that I just couldn't see. So it is legitimately something that's crossed my mind, and we know people in the bowls world have had laser eye surgery, then it must make your life easier. You don't have to find your glasses every day. You don't have to clean your glasses every
Oh,
day,
absolutely.
etc., etc. And lovely to have their support for this Champ of Champs series.
Leslie, of course, holding 2 shots. Man, she's been consistent. I don't think I can think of an end where she hasn't crossed over holding shot. She's just going super.
It's been an impressive start.
Yeah, I think we'll see Iggy change to the forehand now. It is Panya's 2 bowls at the back, so she might be conscious of those as well. But absolutely an option to just draw another one.
Very consistent team, this Bridge Park combination.
I think the call there was to draw around Aggie's bowl. Yeah, I think I'd be tempted to just have a little niggle through there. Might have made that difficult for herself. You know, it is Panya's 2 bowls at the back.
So what's that foot placement? Oh, I'll change my question. When you're playing Terry as a skip, are you one of the skips that the lead puts a foot down and you go, this has really helped? Or are you one of the skips that is like, don't? Because there seems to be 2 schools of thought, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably somewhere in the middle, to be honest. Like, I'm certainly not opposed to having a foot. I also don't necessarily feel like I need a foot either. But there are definitely times where I do find a foot helpful, and I think it's most helpful when you're drawing around a bowl that you might think is in your line. But once that foot's there, you sort of know where your bowl's going to break into the head, and I don't know.
Yeah, I'll ask for a foot if I'm struggling.
Yep.
If I need something to change, a foot can be very helpful. And we see Leslie just confirming that one is the shot. And that might be 2 conceded. Remember, to qualify in this, every team plays 4 games. If you win 3, you qualify. And so while it is looking like it's not going to be a successful game for the Russell combination, depending on how they've gone in the first game, which I'll find out. It might not be the end of the road. You can find all the results on Bowls Hub or online at the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. It's the first thing you see is a link to the Laser Eye Centre Champ of Champs results.
But I also think regardless of their position overall, I think it's important to just keep trying anyway. You know, they're only halfway through. And the game, you're not going to achieve anything by giving up, right? Like, it's only going to make the game less enjoyable.
And you've travelled to Dunedin, right, to play against your other centre champions, so it's always going to be good games. They did lose their first game, Kay and Panya, to Paula Meredith and Marani Davis from Johnsonville. 22 shots to 17, so a very high scoring game over 18 ends. And I suppose, yeah, that's the question, isn't it? So this is the 9th end of 18. We're nearly halfway. 14 shots, the difference. And, 10 ends to get it in? Not the end of the world if you could just go up in ones and twos.
Yeah, mathematically it's very achievable. And I think that's what's important for players to do. It's just, break it down. You don't need to necessarily score 14 shots all at once, right? That does seem a bit overwhelming. But if you're just thinking, okay, ones and twos.
Bowls is a funny game. Anything can happen. Probably for Kay and Panya, the comeback will start from Panya just lifting her game a little bit, or Leslie falling off a little bit? Because Leslie has been very consistent off the front in this game.
Yeah, Leslie has probably made it harder for Panya to find her rhythm, purely because she's just been loading up the head, really. You know, there's definitely been room for her, and here we see a nice shot from Panya right in behind the jack.
Perfectly timed to go with the commentary. She's a really busy person at the Russell Bowling Club as well, Terry. She's been the secretary, or she is the secretary and treasurer, and she runs the kitchen, and she organises and directs the Russell Double, which is a two-day tournament where players from around the country travel to Russell to play. So obviously puts a lot back into the sport and her club. And look at this from Leslie.
What a response. She actually just slipped through the gap, though. So an opportunity still for the Russell Club. A lady that wears many hats by the sounds. When is that Russell Double?
Yes. I'll find out for you. Certainly, I mean, Russell's such a lovely part of the country, way up north. If you're looking for a bowling club to visit on your travels, Russell's a good one. And they do run over the year 9 open tournaments as well. So I'm sure if you reach out and you're listening to the Russell Bowling Club, maybe you could tie it in with a holiday, play an open bowls tournament and go up right to the top of the country.
I took the boys up to Pai here one Easter weekend, and we had a brilliant time. Almost decided to catch the ferry over to Russell, but the weather put us off. Perhaps we'll make that happen and play some bowls at the same time. Our plan is definitely to go back.
So Russell holding one on the crossover.
Yeah, a couple of nice bowls there by Panya.
And the double ordinarily held in May.
One for next year then. Leslie's interested. Just needed it to hold a touch longer. Oh, she was not far away.
It's a beautiful effort. And Kay, who played really well at the start of this game, doesn't play as much bowls as she would like, apparently, but obviously makes the most of it when she gets onto the green, having made her way to this Laser Eye Centre National Champs Piers. They've got a perfect green, just not sure on the running.
Still a nice track there for Aggie. It doesn't change her shot at all. Do you think we'll see her adjust her line or just add a little bit more speed?
I think add a bit of speed.
Yeah.
Get your bowl to hold on just that little bit longer.
Yeah, she's got a couple of options with that, you know, reaching weight.
Yeah, and she
this
has
looks
just
good.
added.
Might get a touch, will she? Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Oh, and it's set out.
They managed to hold on. That's probably justice. But you would be, nothing's worse than an opposition player using a bowl that you've just put there unintentionally.
Yep. So Kay, having played her first bowl, finish at 12, just adding a bit of weight. She's close here.
Yeah, if she sits off that one.
If it sits down, that's a beautiful shot. Holding 2. This might be a way back. If Aggie is unable to rest the shot, you'd think Aggie would just stay on the forehand again, wouldn't she? You got 2 balls sitting on the forehand.
I don't mind the change. There's probably no need for her to change.
Just because she's been within a bowl both times on the forehand, I'm not good enough to switch. I wouldn't back myself.
I think it's probably just that, you know, they feel now that their better position would be Aggie's bowl on that other side, and so if they got a piece of the jack, you know, that's another option as well as sitting off some bowls.
When you're playing as well as Aggie is, you back yourself to be just as accurate when you have to switch hands. Like, that's 3 lovely bowls she's played there. A lot of bowlers would have thought, well, I've just played the forehand twice and played it well, therefore it's easier to play the forehand for a third time. But Aggie is playing so well on both hands that it doesn't really matter. You know, it was just, okay, this gets us the best result, as opposed to what bowl can I play better.
Yeah. I do like it when players have the confidence to switch hands.
It's a good sign usually.
Yeah, and I think it keeps you sharp, just on the rink in general, right? It keeps you fresh, alert. I suppose it's not so much the same indoors, but, outside the winds can change. And, if you're feeling like you're in a rhythm on one hand and then something changes, it can be quite hard to adjust to that.
That's interesting. It does. The greens will still change as the day goes on. Not so much with the wind, is it? But certainly the speed changes on an indoor carpet, and that can be to do with the atmosphere and the temperature.
The temperatures, yeah. Is that 2?
2 there to the Russell team. So they score for the first time in a while, now trail 4 shots to 16. And do we think we would expect to see a different length, wouldn't we? Maybe they'll stretch it out or perhaps walk the mat up and play a short end, but something is going to change here from the Russell team there, the mat near the 2 metre. Where is Panya going to deliver the jack to? That is the question.
We talked about 1s and 2s. It's all they needed for the comeback, and it's great to start with a 2, isn't it?
Yep, 12 shots and 9 ends is now the required run rate. You do sort of think of that a little bit as a skip, don't you? Just to understand when you need to be playing the bigger bowls. If you need to try and score 3 or more, or whether you're okay to score 1s and 2s.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes when you're chasing, you are looking for those big shots. And it's great if they're there, absolutely go for them. But if they're still quite low percentage, I think, being patient and content with those 1s and 2s is important as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes you sort of need to, just wait for a better moment.
And that, I think, is the art of it. And understanding sometimes that it's an end where you're either going to lose the game or have a chance at winning it. You have to be at peace sometimes. So you're like, well, if I do miss this, or if it does go as ugly as it might, I could wave goodbye to my game, but it's my chance to try and make my way back into it.
Yeah, that's it. Do or die.
How's the weight here? Isn't it? Look, Leslie just put another ball right on the jack, but Panya following it down.
This is great to see.
That's a great shot. Well played.
And sometimes it only takes, that one bowl. Just like last end where she's drawn a nice shot. It's all you need to just be like, right, I can do this. I've got it now. Leslie not far away again. She'll come into a nice spot. 2 really good bowls. What a great line. So Kay favours Panya to be holding shot. Really just doing the same again. Looks pretty good.
Oh, how did it not sit down? You think, what do I have to do for my bowl to sit down and get the shot? Maybe holding the shot anyway. It's not that far past the jack, is it? Just essentially level.
Yeah, either way, still 2 really good bowls. Leslie coming down with her 3rd one. She's been punishing with her 3rd bowl as well. And here she goes again.
What
that is magic.
There's a beautiful shot. Really impressed with the play of Leslie McClendon off the front in this game. Right from the first end, she has been very, very consistent. Panya's played quite well, but sort of, I'd say 1 or 2 out of 3 have been really good bowls. And this year, Panya's played 2 great shots, with one that's a little bit shy, and Leslie's played 3 great bowls. So Panya playing well, Leslie playing better, and it's reflected in the score, I think.
And Aggie and Leslie will be experienced enough to know that even though they've got a 12-shot lead, they'll know that they need to keep doing what they're doing, keep the foot on the throat. they'll know how easy it is for momentum to change. No doubt we'll see Aggie on the forehand looking to just draw another one in. If she can get right on top of that jack, make Kay's job harder, that would be ideal.
Just about.
Panya asking for a little bit of a trail.
Oh, it's underneath the line. She would have known the moment she let that go. Could get a very good result off the short bowl. Didn't.
Oh, that's Panya's coming back though. So now there's 2 catches. Aggie's still looking to just get on top of that jack, I think.
It's interesting because and she's showing a bit of frustration there. She'd be one of the best shot players in the game. Aggie Motu, very capable of playing through things, but she hasn't really had to in this match, has she? She's essentially just been adding to what Leslie's laid down. There's not been, I can't recall any shot play from.
There was
from Aggie.
one
bowl.
There was one opportunity for her to peel out 2 of Kay's bowls.
Wrong
It
guys.
wasn't too far away, Aggie, when she did play it.
We won't talk anymore about that.
Well, the way Aggie and Leslie are going, it wouldn't surprise me to see them progress to post section. And if they do make it back on the live stream, I'd be very excited to watch Aggie's full game.
Oh, they just play really nice
Look
bowls.
at this.
Boom.
Outstanding.
Incredible stuff. And it's going to be a 19-4 lead to the Bridge Park combination after 10 ends. And hard to see a way back for this tenacious Russell team.
What I do like, though, is their body language doesn't appear to have changed in any way.
Oh, all 4 players, for sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, bowls is bowls. And I think I mentioned it last week, but the Laser Eye Centre National Champs for me, and same thing with the National Inter-Centre and National Inter-Club, that's where you see the best of the sportsmanship in our game, because these players are all very good bowlers, so there is a mutual respect there, and the etiquette is nice, and the games are always played in very good spirit, and I think we've seen that in this game as well. Some other very good teams out there as well. We spoke about Leslie and Aggie being sort of ones you look at pre-tournament and think, well, you could see them at the pointy end. Karen de Jong and Jocelyn Holton from your neck of the woods, Terry. You wouldn't bet against them either, would you?
Oh, I'm a huge fan, especially of Karen de Jong.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, she's brilliant to watch. I've played against her a number of times, and yeah, wow.
I got to play with Karen once. I led for her in a game of pairs, and she literally drew 3 touches on one end.
Yeah.
On a rubber screen at a club that will remain unnamed. But it was very, like, there were people who were struggling to get within metres, and she has her ABTs.
I was going to say, what bowls does she play with? Because they have a huge swing on them. Yeah, no, she's amazing.
Handy indoor bowler as well. I think she sits on about 30 counties indoor titles.
Another good bowl from Leslie McClendon.
I also thought Kay Bunn and Adele French from Thames Coast. I wouldn't be surprised to see them feature near the point end, and Lisa Dixon and Laura Mills from Takapuna as well amongst that group of pairs combinations in the women's event that could go right near the pointy end.
Panya, 2 handy bowls herself.
It's 4 bowls within a large tea towels distance of the jack. How's this one? Might just fall short. Good green. How's this here? It's not far away. Needs it to hold or swing. Has somehow found the gap, but nicked the jack a little bit.
A tremendous effort. She's played 3 really solid bowls there.
Aggie indicating that they're holding on to one shot. You can see there that lovely wide angle. And Karen de Jong on the far left. Alice Smales next to her.
Yeah, it's just I just recognise her. Probably more from the indoor scene. I've seen Ella.
Plays out of the Taranaki Outdoor Indoor Centres. Lovely facility here, this Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium. On the back there's that nice viewing area. There is food and beverages available. And on that note, if you're in the Dunedin area or the wider South Islander area and are thinking, oh, we could go for a day trip, this event goes for 2 more days, and it's the best bowlers in New Zealand that have gathered to play this Laser Eye Centre Champ Pairs. You could do worse than to pop down to the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium. Just Google it or put it into Google Maps. That tells you the address, and come down, watch some top quality bowls, and have something to eat and something to drink as well. You can think of worse ways to spend a weekend. It's a good line from Kay. Just slightly overplayed. And we do think that Royal Oak is holding on to the shot.
Bridge Park.
Why do I keep saying Royal Oak?
Well, they have had a lot of success on the Royal Oak.
I think it's connected. I think I watched them win the 2 Champ finals at the Royal Oak facility.
Yeah.
And that, for some reason, when I open my mouth, is what is coming out, despite the fact that they're absolutely Bridge Park bowlers. so, sorry, team. It's as bad as calling the covered green at Royal Oak the Palace, isn't it? I'll start annoying people left, right and centre. Oh, how's the weight? Oh, it's going to fall short. Beautiful track. It looks a bit cluttered now, doesn't it, on that backhand side? What would you play here?
I'd be on the forehand. Really just looking to draw a shot. There's a nice path through there. Oh, she's played it pretty well.
How good is this?
That'll do. That really confirms it. Probably, is it 2? One
It's
and a measure.
level. I would say, I'll make a wild
bold.
step in the dark and say I think it's 2.
Live a little, yeah. Still room for K, of course.
I'm going to come back from there and we'll see how many it was. 2 more to the Bridge Park team from Bridge Park. I feel like they just celebrated an anniversary as well, but maybe 60 years. Mary Wakefield used to play out of
Oh, cool.
Bridge Park. Terry, you remember Mary?
Did she play outdoor as well, did she?
Yep. Represented New Zealand in indoor bowls in the late 70s and then through to 83 or 85. And played out of the Bridge Park Club. So when you go there, like many clubs, they've got their honours boards up and a bit of history on the wall. And I idly saw her name there one of the times I was playing at Bridge Park for a bowls tournament.
Lovely bowl again. Gosh, she's just right at home on this rink, isn't she?
Oh, just playing great bowls. And it was their 50th, I think, the Bridge Park 50th. So reasonably young for a bowling club. Congratulations on making it to the half century. It's interesting. There's sort of 3 two main booms in bowling clubs, and it was after the First World War and the Second World War, and then a little further in the 60s and 70s. There's a number of clubs that came to life.
I think my Claudelands club is having their centenary.
You're from there, Terry? I believe, yeah.
1924, they were first established.
Well, that would be 100 years then,
yeah.
Oh, it's cool to see. So there's a number of clubs now that were established in the 20s.
And it's so cool
Coming through.
to recognise and celebrate those milestones, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. And very interesting history through, and amazing that these clubs have stayed around. I went to the Patamahoe Bowling Club centenary. Oh, snicked the jack. In November last year, I think, or December last year. That was a lovely occasion, really cool. And unbeknownst to him, my grandfather was a member of the Patamahoe Bowling Club,
Oh, cool.
which I found out after I'd been and spoken at the centenary.
I was going to say, you made a speech, didn't you?
Yeah, really helpful, that I didn't tell anyone. I didn't speak to my family about it, which is what I should have done, because then they would have been like, oh, he was a member there.
Amazing.
It was a really cool centenary celebration.
Well, that's a helpful third bowl by Panya. Leslie, of course,
Just 3 top-notch bowls again.
Absolutely. A nice high five once again between Aggie and Leslie on the crossover. They have every reason to be in good spirits. Not only the scoreline, but just the way they're playing.
Aggie on the forehand.
Very good back here. Come in. Yeah, mate. Split the two of them.
So what's happening here, Terry?
Well, what's Kay looking to do? She looks to be lining up on the backhand, so I wonder if she's going to come at speed to the jack. No, just drawing one on the head.
Wait, you line a little bit. You've got the back covered. Wait,
I suppose, Russell, what are they looking at now? It was 1s and 2s. Obviously, they've dropped another 5 points since then, so it's probably more 3s, is it?
Yeah, they face a very challenging situation. Realistically, they probably need Leslie McClendon to fall off. And from there, things can happen, because the way Leslie's playing, it's hard to see a head that you can build that's worth more than 2 or 3, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Panya here just asking Kay to play through, and that's a good call.
Yeah, that's good assertive play. They're not really achieving what they need to achieve by drawing at the stage. Sometimes it's nice just to have a
She's
little
close
go at
here. Off the inside. Oh, she got it square. What are the chances?
Well,
That's a
another bowl
lovely
at the
bowl.
back, though. What if they got three bowls back there that they could work with?
Literally, if she'd been an inch narrower, her collision bowl would have finished up on the jack and trailing it back.
Yeah,
Literally an inch.
yeah.
That's a great effort. on the forehand.
She's going to connect with her own bowl.
Square. Oh, well, I think you go underneath that. Go for the jack on the backhand.
2 or 3 down. And you're just coming in.
Oh, looks like we're back to the draw.
Can you see the tilly? I don't think you can with those 2 in the front of you.
Oh, even if she just cleared some bowls, I think. Plus, sometimes it just feels better to have a run shot when you're in this situation, right? Have a vent, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. They've decided, I think, for the aggressive play.
They're Oh, clean one. I like that. I think the decision was very sound because you needed to score the numbers. They're going to drop a couple of shots here, so I think it's just about playing the bowls now. So the score, 2 more shots on the Bridge Park side, entering our 13th end.
I can understand the idea that, Panya was maybe looking to switch back to the draw, and maybe she was thinking that, if we have another run and miss, our bowl's gone. But sometimes even if you opt for that draw, you're not guaranteed to get onto the head anyway, are you? So I think the percentage was still with that run shot. What has Leslie got in store for us this end?
Just having a nice conversation here, Aggie and Kay, and that's part of it too, isn't it? The champion of champions is that. I know it's a lot about the bowls, but there is also that social aspect. We've got people from over 20 of the centres around New Zealand gathering in one space. It's a good opportunity to talk about, like, what's bowls like in your area? What is your club doing? And Russell is a thriving club with twilight bowls and open tournaments. I hope or you'd think they'll be sharing some of those successes, and it's nice. It's a good chance to get ideas for your club that these players can then bring back home.
Yeah, definitely. They might be saying, hey, we've got a Russell double in May next year. Want to come up and play? Get your entries in. Panya and Leslie have also shared a few nice exchanges down their end as well.
How's the weight?
I think if the weight is there, she'll be close.
Oh, just short of a gallop there. Remember, there are 2 more games to come today on this live broadcast. One scheduled to start at 12:40ish, the other one from 3 p.m. So a women's game followed by the men, same as we did last week. And we're seeing a repeat visitor in Sharon, who ended up third equal, I think, last week in the singles. She played on this broadcast rink where you and I commentated, Terry, and played well.
Yeah, she was very consistent as well. It doesn't surprise me that she featured and came away with a medal. It'll be great to see how she goes in the pairs event.
Yeah, and then that last round, Rory Soden, who we watched play one of the great games of singles against Mike Galloway in that last broadcast game on Friday, will again feature, this time with Mike Reddy, and they're playing Pete Edwards and Clayton Simpson from North End and Manawatu. And if that game is anything like the match we saw last week in the singles, it'll be a good one to watch as well.
Yeah, wasn't that amazing? Ended up going to an extra end.
Incredible bowls, really.
Rory, of course, also ended up third equal. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Aggie here on the forehand, willing it back in. Yeah, nice weight. I think we'll see Kay on the back end.
It's probably one of the looser ends that Leslie's had, and I mean, heck, she's still got 2 effective bowls. Maybe here comes the third one. No.
Smooth. Isn't it interesting that when your bowl gets a wick, it seems to pick up speed? Have you noticed that? There must be some physics thing.
Oh, you won't get the explanation from me.
All I know is that when it gets a wick, it seems to travel an extra foot or 2. But I couldn't tell you why. I couldn't tell you why.
Oh, this looks like she's corrected what she's needed to. Just bringing in the line.
Lovely bowl.
Great bowl from...
It's a great shot. Just playing well. This team, honestly, have been so impressive in this game.
Yeah, just combining really well.
Good line.
What's the situation on the head here, do you think?
At least 2 to the Bridge Park team. I said with confidence. I think so.
Look at this.
How's the weight here from Egimotu? Just getting the view from the players. The players in there. There we go. And Aggie's bowl went past, I think, and finished at, what would that be, 5 o'clock to the jack at the bottom of your screen. And realistically, I feel like they're just playing out this game. Doesn't come back to
It probably
points
wasn't...
and ends. It's just about getting the bowls under your belt, I think.
Probably wasn't a bad spot for Aggie to finish. You know, if Russell did want to look at moving the jack back to those 2 purples, might have been an opportunity there. If that was taken away, of course. It's 2 so far. Panya confident with her finger measures. 3, I think it ended up in the end.
And it just continues here.
So at this point, Alex, what's going through your mind if you're in this situation? Are you just going through the motions, or are you setting yourself little goals just to get through it?
I think so. I think Russell will probably be looking to get to 10 shots.
Cool.
Although goals is another whole interesting conversation, right? Because we probably don't talk about them enough, but there are, if you put a coach's hat on, different types of goal. You've got performance and process goals, and then outcome goals. So if we put ourselves in Russell's shoes, it's quite possible to lose a game 4 shots to 23. But if you have ticked off your process and performance, then you'd leave that and think, well, it's okay. So for Russell, it's been a story of you can't control your opposition, and Bridge Park have been exceptionally good. If they are happy with how they played, then it's fine. And if they're not happy with how they played, they've got little things to work on.
Yeah, and the fact that Panya's still able to draw shots like this just shows that she's still sticking to her processes. You know, she hasn't given up completely, you know?
By process, we talk like, am I letting go of the bowl nicely?
Yeah,
You know?
am I staying down? Am I following through?
And we sort of suggest that those are the best things to focus on, because you can't control how well your opposition plays. Well, you sort of can, but you can't really control how well your opposition plays. As long as you're happy with your process.
And typically, you know, if you're executing the process well, the outcome typically takes care of itself, doesn't it?
And sometimes it doesn't. And I think Russell will go away from this game and think there was probably their effective bowls percentage was down a little on what they would have liked it to have been. But conversely, it's not like, Bridge Park have been playing exceptionally well. They haven't really let Russell settle down. There's never been a chance that I can remember for more than 2 or 3 shots because of how well the Bridge Park team have played. If you talk about process and performance in that context, the Bridge Park team have been exceptional.
Absolutely.
It's been perfect.
I think the Russell team will be able to recognise that as well. You know, I'm sure that they know they're capable of a more consistent game perhaps, but they'll also recognise that, you know, man, our oppositions were just in the zone.
Yeah, and like you say from here, you just take the little ones as Russell. See if you can get to 10 shots and call it a success. It's going to fall short here on a perfect track. So crossing over, holding one, no back bowls. It's one of the longer ends we've seen in this game.
Yeah, and probably the recent ends have been shorter as well. So not only is it our longer end, but it is off the back of a few short ends.
Are you guys going to the next game? Are you playing next round? Or?
Remember, you can find results on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page, and Bowls Hub Aotearoa for both the men's and women's events.
Hit it hard.
Square,
Still
2,
there, guys.
3,
Good job,
needed to
bud.
get one more roll, and it means that we're going to see Kay on the forehand side now, which is to the left as we see it.
Oh, fraction wide, yeah. Bit more weight. Not too bad, yeah. Meter weight.
Yep, you look for it. Reach line needs 2 rolls, bud.
On the backhand again.
Looks to be on a good line. How much is it going to break though?
Oh, a mile away.
Oh, looks pretty good for a third bowl though. Depending on what Kay does here, of course.
That's great stuff. Wouldn't it be cool to... No, I won't suggest that.
Well, you're halfway there. Go on.
Okay, I will. If you're Aggie and you see the bowl of Aggies that sits at sort of 2 o'clock to the jack, the furthest run to the right.
It's about to be blocked.
Okay, well, you can't play it anymore. I was going to say inside half of that with a lot of weight, you'd end up.
I could see you lining something outrageous up.
Yeah, she would have cannoned the second shot onto the shot bowl. I don't think it's on anymore. You could just go clean through the split.
Yeah, that's what most people.
Yeah, but you
would
can
be looking at.
get onto the split
I
off the plant,
understand.
Terry, so you get a sharper angle is the logic.
Probably a better result at the end, right?
Yeah. Anyway, she's going to be hitting something on the backhand. The second time we've seen Aggie play with weight in this game. If she gets underneath the block,
Not sure that she
All
will.
good, buddy.
square as you can possibly hit something. Lovely effort. Now she's blocked the forehand.
Well, if you're going to miss your shot, the next best is to upset the opposition's shot.
On the backhand side, Kate.
Really nice sportsmanship from Leslie there. She said, "One shot to you, lovely bowl."
Oh,
Oh, we started at like 10:23.
2-hour time limit, I think. What did I write down on my notes, Terry?
Yep, 2-hour time limit, 18 ends.
Yep, that's cool. So there's still plenty of time left. Jack straightened up. Do you know why it's called a jack?
No, I'm sure I'm about to know.
So in English, we, in the olden times, used to use jack as a word before something that was smaller than something. So like a jackrabbit is like a little...
Oh,
yeah.
and so this was smaller than
It
a...
was originally called like a jack. We think it was
A
called
jack
like a
bowl.
jack bowl to
Yeah.
indicate that it's a bowl that's small. But over time, bowl fell off, so now it's just called a jack.
So then when, because sometimes it's called the kitty, or is that more an indoor bowl?
That's something weird. That's indoor bowls, and I
Ah,
think
okay.
down south as well, and outdoor they call it the kitty or the cat a lot.
The cat.
Yeah, the cat.
Oh, God, I'm sorry I brought this up.
Yeah, no. Jack is what it is in the laws, but it comes from sort of Old English, where Jack used to be before another word to indicate that it's a small version of that thing. There you go.
Sometimes I have conversations with you and it's like you were from that era.
I think I'm going to thank you for that, but I'm not sure.
It's hard to believe we're the same age sometimes. So we're on end 15 of an 18-end game.
Two very good bowls from Panya to start off with. How's the weight here from Leslie? Just going to pull up short. Panya may switch to the forehand, her forehand. You excited for the Olympics, Terry?
Yeah, I am. My plan is to download the New Zealand team app. That was my plan a few days ago. I haven't done it yet.
It's a good app, eh? Well, you'll find out.
I'm sure I've had it in the past, similar events. Do you have an event that you're most looking forward to watching?
Oh, just all the events. They should be good. I'm very impressed by these people who dedicate like so much time to being at the top of their respective sports, and hopefully some medals come New Zealand's ways. We love to talk about the medals per capita in New Zealand, don't we? Because we're just a little country that punches above our weight, and looking forward to hopefully some of that happening for us. But who knows, in a few years' time, maybe we might see lawn bowls in some form at an Olympic Games.
That was going to be my next question. Is there a chance? Would love to see it.
Why not? It's been, particularly with some of the sports, you know, they used to have that croquet was at the Olympics. Tug of war was at the Olympics as a thing that people did.
I could picture tug of war being in there.
Apparently,
croquet, well, I suppose it's like bowls, though, isn't it?
To be fair, croquet was once in the 1890s, and the only people who entered it were French. so I'm
They
not
would
sure.
have gone well.
It could barely counts, the croquet one.
I could be behind with my update, but I feel like the women's rugby sevens are going well.
No idea, not sure. I
Okay.
haven't looked.
But our men's rugby sevens are out.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, I
didn't
think
know
they lost
that.
to South Africa.
Oh.
Listened to that on my way up to Auckland today.
Well, that's gutting. I do know that there's been a drone spying scandal in the football. Wouldn't see that at bowls. So we see Aggie on the back end. Clean run, what a bowl. They're just playing so well, this Bridge Park combination.
It's just when, you know, and Leslie's bowls aren't a mile away by any means, but when she's not there, for lack of a better phrase, Aggie is. And when Leslie's there, you know, Aggie's also not far away, but sort of, you know, happy for Leslie to be holding shot.
I've been so impressed. So we see this bowl. Look, it's a nice effort. You know, it's not far away. In reality, you're pushed a little bit wide.
Yeah, I think the difference is, you know, they've just been so accurate with both line and speed, really. So, you know, they're only inches away. Here we go again.
How's the weight? Willing it on.
I did mention at the start of the game I'd been lucky enough to see both Aggie and Leslie in action, you know, at the end of last season. Oh, look at this from Kay Gorry. What a shot for
What a
three.
goal.
3 shots, and this is brilliant. We talked about how their goal could be that they're getting to 10. We don't know if that's the case or not, but we've decided that that could be running through their mind, and you know, picking up a 3 here would really help with that. Of course, Aggie does have a bowl left.
You just go on. So holding a nice 3 here.
She looks like she's in the area.
Got 2 claps from Leslie McClendon.
Oh, this is brilliant stuff here. Absolute
Well,
perfection.
you must feel like, what can you do if you're Russell? They just haven't missed
Yeah,
Bridge
and
Park.
if anyone's just tuning in, you can see after a bowl like that as to why Bridge Park have such a big lead. Of course, it's Leslie as well. She's been terrific off the front. Brilliant to watch.
As we near the pointy end of this game. And our thanks again do go to the Laser Eye Centre for their support of this Champ series for this year. We spoke to Melissa, who's one of the experts earlier in this broadcast, about just sort of what is involved in the Laser Eye Centre, and they seem like, I think it's a good idea. What's the harm in giving them a call or going to their website? Even if you go to our website, Terry, there are links to the Laser Eye Centre one where you can apply in a number of ways to go in for a free assessment, and if you decide that laser eye surgery is for you, there is a special deal for bowlers. You just have to quote your Bowls Hub membership number.
Yeah, and that free assessment sounds worth it, right? It's not just popping in for 10 minutes and exchanging, contact details. They are actually, examining your eye and looking at treatment options. Melissa said it was, an hour long? So, yeah, I think it would be worth popping along. I mean, what's the harm?
Oh, to be honest, if you're supposed to, and you are supposed to have your eyes checked once every 2 years to make sure everything's fine. If you're sitting there at home thinking, it's been a couple of 3 years since I've had my eyes tested at insert optometrist's name here, why not segue and just go to the Laser Eye Centre for a free assessment where they're going to check your eyes anyway?
That's it.
There's no harm. Good bowls again from Leslie.
We still hear really positive communication between Kay and Panya from Russell, and that's brilliant. That's the sort of thing that will be keeping their spirits high throughout a game that, has felt lost for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. And we may find that this is the last end, because we're playing back towards where the bowls bags are. So often that's what you might do, Terry, if the game is mathematically out of reach. You think, the bowls are down this end. Instead of picking them up and carrying them down to where the bowls bags or everyone is congregated, you might as well play an end and shake hands.
Yeah, that's it.
Or I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. So Panya been asked to play her backhand side. Those splendid centenary shirts. Lovely delivery too, Panya. I've been very impressed. Nice smooth delivery.
That's got to be close, doesn't it? Or it might just be the speed.
Lovely effort. And look, on the crossover again, Aggie holding 2 shots.
Good to see spectators at the facility on a Friday.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hopefully we haven't just shown anyone who's supposed to be at work on the broadcast.
No doubt we've got some people who are at work but have
Tuning
the broadcast
in at work,
open. Yeah.
Make sure you minimise the window. I discovered, and here's a random bit of assistance. If you press the how do you get the clipboard up? Is it the Windows key and the V? When you copy something on a computer, like to copy and paste.
Yeah,
and
Control C.
Yeah, so you Control C, and then you get distracted and you copy something else, and you go, where's the first thing I copied?
Yeah.
If you go Windows V, it brings up the list of things that you've copied.
Windows what?
Windows V.
Oh,
Yeah,
love that.
I think. I'll just test it. Yeah,
Oh, look at this.
Windows V is the answer. And look at this bowl. That's a great shot. A nice way to finish this game, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Man, that seemed to hold for a long
Play that way
time.
again, mate.
At the very end of the track, didn't it? It just went
Yeah.
flat.
Just reaching.
For Aggie and Leslie, I've been quite impressed that their standard hasn't slipped. It's really important in a game where you get a comfortable lead to maintain a challenge for yourself, isn't it?
Yeah, and here's an
Look at this.
example of that. What a classy shot.
Great shot.
Possibly still one down, but obviously has opened that up. Of course, Aggie on the previous end broke their hearts. They were holding 3 shots until Aggie had come along.
Oh, she just
Not surprising though, of course, they are an experienced team. And while you're playing well, you sort of want to keep that humming, don't you? You want to be able to carry that into the next game.
Going through here, land that bowl. Yeah, it's low. That bowl's one bowl low. Movement of the jack or hit the bowl.
Yep, still taking this game, absolutely.
it's good. It's good. I think it's important to have that attitude, or you don't know if you fade, sometimes it doesn't come back on the day. If you start taking things a little bit less seriously,
Yeah, that's
sometimes
right.
you accidentally switch it off and it's gone. You go, what happened to my ability? Where did it go?
Yep.
So we think this is going to be the last end, and it's going to finish with at least one shot to the Russell team. And our congratulations will go in a second when we'll just wait and see. So here comes the handshake. Yep, there it is. Congratulations to the Bridge Park team. Very nice win there. On top of their win, first up against a strong team of Gail Melrose and Marilyn from Tauranga and Bay of Plenty. 18 shots to 10 they won that game. In this game they won by more than that, so 2 wins to start the campaign for the Bridge Park team, and unfortunately that is the end of the road for the Russell combination. But look, they've played well and with good sportsmanship, and should be pleased of how they've represented their club. But Terry, it's now time for everyone, including us, to go for lunch. We will be back at approximately 12:40 with round 3 of the women's competition. We'll see you then.
High performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy.
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Laser Eye Centre Champ Peers, broadcasting live from the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Centre. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary again for this round by Terry Blackburn, and we get to watch two teams which is always a good start. The first team we'll be watching today is Christine Lynham and Wendy Sargent from Mangawhai up in Northland, and they're taking on someone we've already seen on this broadcast last week, Sharon Manhammett and Jenny from Bayview in Hawke's Bay. Should be a good game, this one. Having had a look at Bowl Sub Aotearoa, I can tell you that the Mangawhai team have played one game and were defeated by Lisa Dixon and Lauren Mills, 8 shots to 17. Whereas Sharon and Jenny were also defeated in a close match against Kay Bunn and Adele French, 16 shots to 15 in their game at 8 o'clock this morning. So both of these teams are playing to essentially stay in the competition. Remember, they play 4 games. Every team plays 4 games. If you win 3, you've qualified. Good bowl there. Lovely shot.
Ladies are playing on round number 3. You have to be ready in 3 minutes. Thank you.
So the Leeds just completing their first end here of 18 that we will play. See Sharon there in the background, and this here is Wendy Sargent on her backhand. Sharon on her backhand, it's because obviously a right-handed player. It's just that communication there between Christine and Wendy. So Christine's saying that we're still down. How's the weight here? That's a lovely bowl from Wendy Sargent. What a shot. And it'll be tempting for Sharon to switch to her forehand now, you would think, but just going to stick to the backhand side. So the chop bowl is a bowl low, but if you get it square, Sharon should be able to sit in there 4-1. Very close. Literally as well as she could have played that bowl. And for Wendy, it's just a rinse and repeat. You play another bowl down the line. Close here from Wendy. It's a lovely shot. 1 in, 1 out, I think.
Are we one down, Sam?
Yeah, 1 down, just been indicated. Sharon here on the forehand. This is a reasonable effort. How's the weight here from the Bayview player? Perfect. Her weight was actually perfect, Terry.
Yeah, what an effort. And even her second bowl was a really good attempt as well. But what a start in particular for Wendy Sargent from the Mangawhai Bowling Club.
3 lovely bowls.
Sharon, of course, a bronze medalist from the Laser Eye Champ of Champs singles last weekend. We did see her on the broadcast. Just really rock solid, consistent more than anything. No doubt we'll see more of that this game.
So this is Christine off the front for the Mangawhai combination. With the light blue bowls. And good weight with the first one. Didn't see in that last game any favoured side again, did we, Terry?
No, not from any of the players. You know, Leslie and Aggie were obviously in fine form, and that was for both sides of the rink in both directions. Which has got to be a good reflection of the green here, the blue-green, of course.
Never get tired of saying that. Lots of left-handed players today, isn't there, Terry? You can see Jenny's the lefty on the Bayview side, and Wendy Sargent on the Mangawhai side, and I feel like in the first game there was a left-handed player as well.
I'm sure you're right.
Oh, there was. I just can't remember which one it was, but there absolutely was.
It's funny, I have never been one to observe that. Once it's pointed out, it's, you know, it's clear as day, but up until that point.
Okay, well, for your information, Jenny and Wendy both left-handed players.
I only just noticed the glove as well on the left hand.
Yes.
Now, is that to help with grip or?
Ordinarily, it's to help with grip. You can get the golf gloves. Usually, when people are cold, often you find the glove as a good solution. Helps you hold on to the bowl.
Might need to invest in one of those myself.
If you think it'll help your game, Terry.
Everyone who shakes my hand before a game comments on how cold they are.
Wendy Sargent here on her backhand. Lovely, very smooth delivery from Wendy Sargent. That's a good bowl. Settled in very quickly, hasn't she?
Yeah, in both directions. That's how you'd ideally like to start a game. It doesn't always happen that way. Sometimes it takes a few ends, or more than a few ends even, to find your feet. Sharon on a good track. How's the speed? Not bad. Good enough for one by the looks of that.
Wendy will just stay on the backhand.
Yeah, she was only a mat over, wasn't she? Looking good. Wowee.
That's a lovely bowl.
Sharon now changing hands, and what we saw in the singles as well was that it wasn't off-putting to her to swap between the two hands,
Comfortable
was it?
switching, yeah. I
Yeah.
remember that. She had the perfect line there, just pulled up a bit short.
Yeah, she'll be pleased that she gets another go at that. Of course, depends what Wendy does here.
Oh, she's zoned right in already, hasn't she, Wendy Sargent?
Brilliant to watch.
She's played 6 nice bowls, really. I know through with those last 2, but still right in the area. And Sharon will stay on the forehand side. must be an agreement that the foot is okay between Sheeran and Wendy. Not Wendy, Sheeran and Jenny. Got a nice effort here. How's the weight? Great try.
Yeah, wasn't far away at all. 2 good seconds there.
1 to the Northland team. So they double their lead now. 2 shots to 0 after 2 ends. It's quite satisfying. The ball's been kicked back, isn't it? The sound. Sort of.
I'd never paid much attention to that before.
Oh, there you go. You could hear it quite nicely through the ambient mic. They make a hollow sound if there's a crack in them, of course. You can hear when a bowler's cracked.
Did we find out the connection between Sheeran and Jenny? They look like sisters to me.
Well, they've got the same last name.
Thought they looked quite similar.
We'll find out before the end of the game for you, Terry. As we see Christine on the forehand. That's a nice bowl to there, and it's finished lovely too. Good start.
Yeah, really nice start.
Both teams, remember, have had 1 loss, so neither team can afford to lose if they want to stay in the hunt of potentially qualifying for post-section. Jenny here on her forehand. Well, the good thing about that is it might make Christine feel like she has to switch to her backhand. Doesn't really, in reality, have to with the thing, but from the bowler's point of view, it can look like it's in your way.
I liked that from Wendy. She actually said either way, which is cool for the lead, you know. Obviously, Christine did feel like it was in her path, hence she opted to change hands.
And we'll stay on her backhand.
Yeah, she had a really good line. No doubt she'll work her way back.
How's the weight?
Certainly tracking well.
That's a good bowl. Yeah, thereabouts, isn't it? What do you play here if you're Jenny, dear? Oh, it looks like she's staying on her forehand side just to get a second shot.
Yeah, that's it. Early stages of the end. Looking for another bowl on the head is always good fishing.
That's a lovely effort too. Really well played, and it sort of opens up options, doesn't it, for Sheeran if she so wishes. Sort of. Probably means you can chip the bowl out as an option.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me though with Sheeran's first bowl if she would have just looked to draw.
On the forehand this time?
My gut instinct is saying forehand.
Just because that then does give you the chance to play something else, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I see Wendy on her forehand side. So we're thinking that that's a lovely bowl. Sheeran may play the forehand, but just to the left of the screen as we see it. Even to draw to the point of Wendy's last bowl is a great start for Sheeran.
Definitely. She stays on the backhand though.
Interesting.
Well, watching Wendy and Christine come out of the gates like this, I'm wondering how they lost their first game.
Strong competition.
Oh, not a bad effort.
Yeah, unfortunately she hasn't developed the head at all, has she, for the Bayview side? You don't look at that and go, oh, it's easier now than what it was.
Yeah, I think playing that backhand way, you are probably having to play quite a perfect shot. On the forehand, you know, I think as long as you're on that in that right area where Wendy's bowl was, you're giving yourself options. Similar to what Wendy is playing right now. Yep, on the forehand now. I imagine still looking to draw.
Yeah, I like this call. You want to be reaching, you think to yourself, I've missed a little bit heavy. That gives me an option with my last bowl. And again, we see a perfect green, but just slightly shy.
Yeah, I loved the line out of the hand.
What does the plant do, though?
Ooh.
Because that's Jenny's bowl coming up, isn't it?
Let's take a look soon. I think it's getting, is it the underneath of the jack?
Can you just roll it up 4 or 5 rolls? We're going to find out.
No, that's going to be just under.
I wanted to see. I reckon it set up the plant
Yeah.
better. I think you just clunk into your own bowl. It's literally Sharon's bowl's touching Jenny's bowl.
It's getting that jack pretty good, isn't it?
You just hit, hit your own bowl, Sharon, and you've got all the chances in the world.
You watch her draw a toucher.
I really wanted to see the plant.
Oh, see, if that was with her first bowl, even her second bowl, that would have been a lot better. But hey, still a great third bowl.
And the opposite, it's not like the opposition have scored a bundle off you. You know, it's just a 1 there. So 3 after 3 ends to the Mangawhai team. 3-0 after 3 is the score.
Haven't been outside today since like it was dark. What's that, sorry? Haven't been outside. Oh,
A little bit of small talk between the two skips. It is very enclosed here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium. So you do feel a bit removed from the wheel, but also warm. Oh, it's a bit wonky.
Might need to book a free assessment with Laser Eye Centre.
Well, yeah. It's making me twitchy, actually.
Oh, will this move it
Draw it back
back
onto
to the
the
middle?
centre line.
We'd love to see that.
Oh, not to be.
Oh, she had a perfect line for that centre line, didn't she?
Be a better bowl. Anyway.
Well,
Jenny.
Christine's certainly setting it up well for Wendy in these early stages of an 18-end game. This will need to hold. How's the speed?
Always, it was one of the bowls you let go, and you know the moment you let it go that you haven't given it enough room to breathe there. It was good weight, I think, so the only thing that Jenny needs to change is her green. Just let the bowl come back. So here comes the correction. Nice delivery from Jenny there, and she has taken more green this time. Just give it a bit of space to breathe, let the bowl come back into the middle of the rink. Oh, fell short that time, but I felt like that was a very nice line.
Yeah, I think with the right speed we would have seen that come back a little more. This can't be too far away.
You're right, we've seen Christine quick out of the blocks in this match, and Jenny's going to switch to her forehand side, but just to the right as we see it. I think this first 5 ends for the Bayview team, you're sort of riding the storm out, aren't you? You know, they've been a little bit outplayed at the beginning, but have been able to minimise the damage, and it's going to be very important, you feel, for Sharon to minimise the damage here. She's crossing over 3 down, from her point of view, if they could just drop a 1 or a 2 here, that's good fishing, then you can kick into gear.
Yeah, that's it.
What you don't want to do is cross over 3 down and drop over more than 3, because it means you've been ineffective with your bowls, and it's hard to get that scoring power back. On the forehand, Wendy Sargent. And this first bowl of Sharon's is going to dictate a lot of how this end feels for the Bayview team, because if the skip can play an effective bowl with their first one, everything else flows so much easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Where Wendy's bowl has stopped, it sort of stops that clean draw to the jack, doesn't it, for Sharon?
She's close here if she's got the weight.
That's where the draw line was.
That's quite a well-played bowl, but the pressure's increasing now. They're going to find themselves 4, maybe 5 down if Wendy can sneak to where the Christina's indicating her foot.
That's it. And it's not easy because there are still gaps, so you could look to play an attacking bowl. It is certainly there, but it's just as easy to lose your bowl as well.
Careful.
No, she's under, isn't she?
No, she's not. No, she's not. Oh, that's... wow.
Only the 2 down now, is she?
That literally couldn't have gone worse for the Mangawhai team. But that's bowls. You get a bit of luck sometimes. So Bayview, instead of steering down the barrel of 5 light, are only 2 down. I think we'll see Sharon play her backhand again. Try and navigate that gap there.
Yeah, well, that line wasn't there. That's right. That line wasn't there before. It is now. Oh, look at this shot.
Oh, look how quickly the set's turned around. This is incredible from the Bayview team. Will be relieved, frankly.
And it wasn't like Wendy was a million miles away.
She played it well. She was like 1.5 bowls narrow.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you think it's just a 1 bowl target. What are the chances I'm going to run into it? And quite often we are taught to play as if it's not there.
If this bowl, can you imagine if you slice Sharon in for 1?
Needs to work around it. Oh, no.
Okay, I think they're holding on. Mangawhai's still got the shot.
Christine will be thinking, what happened? Oh, dear.
You'll almost be safe to play on the back end. Okay. You could try and be clever and just sort of wriggling off the wide bowls that you see to the far right of your screen.
Might even get the purple onto the red just to move it in enough.
Feels a lot safer than trying to move something through on the forehand side, but
I think you would have hit. Well, was she trying to draw around, or I think she'd have to be on the tighter side otherwise. But
it's still great fishing. We said at the crossover that Mangawhai was holding 3, and if Bayview could just drop a 1, they'd be feeling pretty pleased, and that's what's happened. They're only 4 down after 4 ends here, as we see one more shot go to the Mangawhai team. So 4-0 the score after 4. And Bayview will be, I think, if you put yourself in their shoes, they could be staring down a much bigger deficit than 4.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, I think the way that Wendy's bowls were drawn to Sharon's red ones, or pink, not sure what colour they are.
I wouldn't ask me.
But for them to still hold on to even 1 shot, whilst it might be disappointing compared to what they were holding, it's still nice enough just to score, isn't it?
At least you've still scored.
Sometimes you have a stroke of, bad luck, if we'll call it that, and you don't score at all, and that's extra hurtful. But they hold on to the jack. Christine opening now. She has been so consistent early on.
Good bowl. Wendy, I think, has been going up and down on the ditch side, hasn't she? Like, I know she's leading off on her forehand here, and she was off on her backhand last
Jenny.
time. Sorry, Jenny, yes. I see why that was very confusing to you. It's the 2 lefties. This lead, the Bayview lead, has been going up and down on the ditch side, I think.
Yes.
So probably the first player from either round that has shown a preference for a particular side of this rink. Both hands play nicely, to be honest.
Yeah, that's right. They don't really look to do anything funny, do they?
No, I know if you take a little bit too much green on the ditch side, it holds, but still consistent. So we see that bowl there from Christine. Well played, and Jenny being just asked to add a little bit of oomph.
It's on a good path. Great correction there. And now what's Christine going to do?
Switching to the backhand, you'd think.
Well, she was on the backhand with that second bowl. Switching to the forehand.
Yeah, well, that's not what I meant.
Yeah,
Well, as long as she's reaching past with this one, it still creates more options for Wendy. So that's a nice bowl here. That's fine.
yeah, it was either way. It was either way. And she's played one of each this end.
She's not made it worse. Which is often the question you ask yourself, like, after my bowl has been played, what have I done to the head? You know, have I made it worse? Well, I suppose you better ask, have you made it better?
That's
But
what I was thinking.
if I play a poor bowl, at least I think, well, at least I've not made it worse than what it was. If you miss your line.
See, that wasn't a bad bowl, but it probably has
That's
made it worse.
Yeah.
So, so close to actually making it really good, but just probably got the wrong angle on the bowl.
When we say it's made it worse, do you want to talk about why it's made the head worse there, Terry?
Well, I would say that it's opened it up. There's now a clear shot to the jack, a little bit of a trail to those position bowls that Christine has back there. So, of course, we do see Wendy. Before it was like, oh, which hand should we play? Now it's like, right, I'm on the back hand. I'm trailing that jack a little bit. Or drawing a shot. But
Just
the option's there.
And it looks easier to play now, doesn't it, that it's been moved?
Yeah, it was slightly awkward before. Just bowls in the draw line on both hands.
Sharon here on the back end.
They are pink bowls, aren't they?
I
You're
don't know.
colourblind. I wonder if Laser Eye Centre can fix that.
I'll ask Melissa next week. Yeah.
Next time Melissa's on.
You can grow cones in my eyes.
So
Tighten the line up, but I think that's just going to encourage Wendy to play with more weight, isn't it?
that's it. Sometimes, if they didn't have the position there, you could say, oh, that's made it more awkward. But actually, it's probably made her more decisive on the shot she needs to play. Before it was like, I could draw it, but it is
I
tempting.
could also reach, whereas now we're going to see Wendy play with a metre over at least on the forehand. All she needs to do is get underneath this bowl of Sharon's. She's very close.
Oh,
And
she's
now it's
so
in the lap of the
close.
gods.
Just
And
a
she's
touch.
found the gap.
Oh.
It's unbelievable. That's really well played, bowl.
And saying that, she'll be glad she didn't run into Sharon. She did do that twice last end, so if she did it a third time, it might start getting in your head a little bit. Fantastic attempt anyway.
Again, Wendy's actually improved the head there because she's now got another catcher.
Pretty good here, though, from Sharon. If she can run past, well,
Go for the bowl now.
yes, they do have 2 seconds?
Yeah, 1.5 seconds, I would say. But the weight that Wendy's playing, her collision bowl should count as well.
Looking for the draw.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty good,
If
though.
you've got the weight right, it's absolute brilliant.
Run a little more. Well, the line was excellent.
And now it's about drawing a bonus shot here for
Obviously
Sharon.
can't see it. I can't see where it's going.
We like to call a bit of an aggressive game, don't we?
Yeah, I think it's because, again, bowls is easier to easier when you're watching than when you're playing.
Oh, unroll. Not on that one, though.
So it's going to be 1-2 the Bayview team of Sharon and Jenny, and they trail now 1 shot to 4 after 5 ends.
Yep, they'll be happy to be on the board now.
Do you have an opinion on where the jack might be delivered?
No,
neither. That's why I asked you. Doesn't feel like that sort of game where because you've scored you need to change anything. I think they settled in reasonably well now.
Yeah.
A couple of saving bowls in the first 3 ends from the Bayview team, but since then it's been okay. And that fortuitous, I think the third end when they crossed over, Sheeran was 3 down on the crossover, and we saw Wendy Sargent promote the Bayview bowl twice. Since then, I think the Bayview team's actually stepped up a little bit. And that jack had a bias on it because it turned quite dramatically. It's interesting, some people find it challenging to deliver a jack straight up the middle for whatever reason.
I know when
It's quite common in bowls.
When I first came back to outdoor bowls, all of my jacks were quite wonky. And someone told me that I had to move over on the mat, and once I did that, I was fine.
Which way did you move?
I think I had to move to the left, which kind of makes sense because
so that your arm's going through the middle of
yeah. So I was I think quite often, I was either wide and then I'd overcorrect and
you're
pull
actually
my arm.
taking green with the jack delivery.
Yeah, so anyway, I moved over and I'm good to go.
I think Colin gave a bit of advice to a prominent North Harbour bowler on how to deliver a jack, and
what were his tips?
My understanding is that, I'm not sure if he still does it, but he just said, well, just throw it between your legs.
Oh.
Just stand with a foot on each side of the mat and throw it. Not backwards between your legs. That'd be ridiculous, but just let it go. And it worked. That's what he did for a long time.
Amazing.
Yeah. That's 2 solutions for a jack throw that we've handed out on this Bowls New Zealand broadcast.
A third solution would be to practice.
Or just deliver it straight.
I think quite often, bowlers go down to practice and they're obviously going with the intention to practice their bowls, but there's so much value in practicing the jack throw, especially if you're leading or playing a lot of singles. I think most people are probably aware that the jack does have a, it does influence the game.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a good point, I think. Most clubs have that little trolley with the jacks. It's probably not a silly idea to get like 8 jacks or whatever and just see how consistent you can be with 8 jack deliveries in a row. See if you can get a bunch. It's a good idea. We see Jenny here. It's funny, isn't it? Because she was trying to deliver a long jack, delivered it out of bounds, it got redelivered, and she's about to be sitting with 3 on the redelivered length. Oh, what a crazy game we play. Little feather.
The outside edge of it.
Oh.
Yep, 3 shots. You called it.
And Christine now under a little pressure at lead.
Yeah, we have seen her dominating really before this.
This is a lovely third bowl. Really well played.
Yeah, just really stamping her mark on this game.
Lovely wide shot of the bowls here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium, and some people watching too in that lovely spectator area that we have here.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
It's really nice, a wonderful facility. It's one of the oldest indoor facilities in New Zealand as well, the centre. As we see Sharon on the back end, and one of 2 blue-greens
Oh, yes.
in New Zealand.
Where's the other one?
Waverley,
Waverley.
as they say it down south. You got to roll your R's. They also say orange, strangely. Or right, depending on your perspective, I suppose.
Wendy, probably desperate really to get a second shot on the head.
Lovely delivery.
They do look a little vulnerable otherwise.
Have we seen Sharon be inclined to attack? I don't recall in the singles.
In the singles match, well, she was trucking along pretty well on the draw, wasn't she? And probably didn't need to play anything else.
Just feel if they if they want to score on this end, Christine's bowl is actually close enough to the jack that you probably can't outdraw it. So there needs to be an attack of some description.
Yeah, somewhere on that hand probably. You could get to it. I think
You could go square through the shot bowl on the back end, and if the
That's
jack moves, it's just going sort of in the 5 o'clock direction towards Jenny's bowl. If you're very unlucky, you might go from one down to one down, but I don't see that.
Slightly wider, you might get a result off of Jenny's bowl.
Yeah, I like that call, Terry. So we're thinking that Sharon on her backhand side through that shot bowl that sits at 12 o'clock, even with weight back to that last bowl we saw of Wendy Sargent's, would probably do the trick on the backhand.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need big weight. We're switching to the forehand. I wonder if that is a sign. Yeah, maybe. No. I mean, it could have been played on the forehand, couldn't it?
Oh, look, she's probably going to draw the shot here because look at this track here from Sharon. This is incredible bowl. What a shot.
Oh,
and
so
one
close.
down.
Oh, a fraction wider would have been
I
amazing.
think my problem in commentary is I'm actually not good enough.
We don't back the draw.
I'm not good enough to do that.
That's it.
I can't draw within a bowl. That was a great bowl from Sharon. And maybe enough to hold the shot.
It is great to see players, confident in themselves to draw something like that.
They're the prettiest bowls to watch and the most skillful ones. I think, by the way Wendy's played that, it would indicate that they're holding one, because if they were down, she would have been underneath trying to sit Sharon out, wouldn't she?
I would think so.
We know these things. As they
It's like a measure.
get the measuring out again, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the Laser Eye Centre for their support as a major sponsor of this year's Champ of Champs series. 3 more events to go after this, of course, the triples, the fours and the mixed pairs. 5,000 Kiwis have been through surgery at the Laser Eye Centre, Terry, since 1995. So certainly have been a very successful group, and they've got clinics all over the North Island, and even if you're not in the North Island or in New Zealand, there are options for you to go to the Laser Eye Centre and get your eyes fixed. I was quite amazed that there was someone from Invercargill who travelled up, but they sort out accommodation for you, don't they? And it must be a nice day. I would imagine you could just about make it a little trip if you were going to get your eyes fixed, but you'd want to do the sightseeing after the after the surgery. The free toll number 0800 733 2020. So on a keypad, that's 0800 C 2020, which I think is fantastic.
If you're looking at the keypad where the letters are, it would be 0800 C 2020.
And a special discount for surgery, remember, if you quote your Bowls Hub registration number. It was really interesting. I was looking up on their FAQs. It can also correct astigmatism, which is the...
You've got this.
Do I? Well, I actually do have astigmatism. Yes, how did you know? Alongside it and astigmatism. It's like, you know, when you drive at night time without your glasses and all of the lights sort of streaky, they've got these lines coming off them.
You mentioned this last week.
They're
and
not supposed to.
It was surprising to me that I just assumed that everyone had that.
You could have that fixed if you go to the Laser Eye Centre, because it's one of the things that they solve. So it's sort of, it's the streaks. You get streaks in your eyes. Have I just diagnosed you with something? Maybe you need to go for your free checkup, Terry, and just see what they make of it.
Didn't want to run into that. Her first bowl, though, Christine's first bowl, was a goodie. Jenny absolutely looking to correct with this one.
Looks on the tight side to me, but still holding.
Got some speed behind it, doesn't she? Right onto the jack. Square. Oh, that'll do. Interesting, though, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, you mentioned that she'd been sticking to the ditch side.
Switch to the other hand on that occasion.
Yeah, wow.
I do find you talk to people, and bowlers can probably relate. Sometimes on the delivery, by the time you get down, you know you're missing your line. So you add a bit of weight and hope.
Yeah, that last minute.
You know that you're nearing the release of the bowl. It's like, well, I know that I haven't set this up right and I'm going to be narrow.
Yeah.
So you get that last little sort of push.
Yeah.
And more weight, obviously, the bowl holds longer. Sometimes that results in a good thing. I think that was possibly what happened there with Jenny's bowl. Just the awareness of how it was feeling. Just go, I need to add a bit of push at the end and see if we can trail the jack back.
Yeah, it worked out well for the Bayview team.
Lonely bowl still. I feel like Wendy is perhaps more inclined to sit through bowls than Sheeran has been. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
Possibly, I feel like Wendy either does it with her first bowl or her third bowl here. That's Pear's theory, isn't it? You're either sort of aggressive with your first one or your last one. So you either go, I need to do a moving bowl with my first, or you don't. I've lost the trail of my thought. She'll either hit it now or she won't.
Yeah, interesting. Sometimes I wouldn't mind with my first one just feeling like I'll get another one on the head, possibly even holding shot on the draw, and then I'll assess with my second whether I want to add some weight.
Which might be what's happening here, because you know that bowl's going to be potentially lonely.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting that you say that. Maybe I approach Piers skipping wrong.
No, probably not
look at
correct.
this.
And that's a lovely shot.
I think with how open this head is, I wouldn't be inclined to play with weight for my first.
So you just wait and see.
Yeah, I'd be doing exactly what Wendy did there, draw it. Now I'd feel more confident maybe going for that.
Well, it may be worth just drawing your first and second bowl, and if there's something on with your last one, then you can have a nibble.
Yeah, it's interesting. I understand.
She got the right bias?
Oh.
Uh,
Maybe.
I think she does. I think we're okay.
We'll know when it starts turning. Yep.
That's fine.
Have you booked your free assessment yet?
Well, yeah. I probably should.
Oh,
Look at this. So you can see why she was a bronze medalist last week. It's a lovely shot just out of the count.
So, no, I won't go down. I was going to say, if Wendy had attempted weight with her first bowl and found the gap, and obviously Sheeran just played that bowl, she'd now be 2 down.
Correct.
But she drew and is not 2 down. But hey, she might have missed the draw.
We've gone a bit hypothetical here.
That's what I mean. I felt like I was going hypothetical.
Lovely effort from Wendy. So
still an opportunity if she wanted to with her last bowl to play with weight and take both bowls out. I'd be tempted.
Now who's been aggressive?
She is holding shot though, isn't she?
Well, I was just going to ask you that question. They both look level to me. I almost think that it's Jenny's bowl that is the shot, and Sheeran here very close to drawing a second.
Okay, there's probably no point now.
Look,
I think just an inside out if you're already holding, isn't it?
For 2, yeah. Switching to the backhand. Where is it? Where's the bowl? Where's the bowl?
Well, she looked to be...
I can't see it.
She looked to be indicating that she was on a wide line.
Literally, it's just vanished. I don't understand.
What we know is that it didn't come into the head.
The magic trick. I thought you let that go with quite a lot of weight as well. I was expecting to see like a... Okay. Anyway.
Oh, look at this.
Sheeran.
If she sat Wendy's bowl out, that would be a brilliant bowl.
Careful. Be careful. Oh, passing.
Oh, she was slightly under and just set it over one time. You know, you've probably allowed 3 shots for yourself.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Who is going to score a shot here? That's the question.
I knew I had to go around
Interesting, isn't it? It felt on the crossover that Jenny's bowl was the vulnerable one. And sort of by the end of it, it felt like Wendy's bowl was the vulnerable one.
Yeah, absolutely.
No weight played. We've talked about weighted shots a
Maybe
lot.
we need to readdress our shot selection. It was 1 to Jenny's bowl, so it's going to be 2-5 to the Mangawhai team after 8 ends, as they kick their bowls back.
I just know that we're going to call a draw shot over a run shot, and that's when they'll play with weight.
Absolutely, that's what is going to happen.
Just to really reinforce that we've got it all backwards.
Oh, I am overly aggressive, particularly in commentary, because I don't have to play the bowls.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm, whether it be indoor or outdoor, I'm not an aggressive player at all. But I think give me a mic and a headset.
Hit that one.
That's it.
It's just satisfying when you can get I think plants are the coolest bowl in the game, if you can hit a good plant. So the jack is being delivered, medium to long, you would say, maybe a 2/3 length, and Jenny back to the ditch side, chopping and changing a little literally after I said she was just sticking to the ditch hand.
Yeah, but if you do remember 2 ends ago in this direction, she was holding 3 before Christine came up with the goods on her last bowl.
That were 3 lovely bowls as well. And on the backhand is Christine.
Yeah, I think her first port of call is to go that backhand, but is comfortable with changing when need be. And often she has needed to change. But her go-to side seems to be that side of the rink.
As we see Jenny on the backhand again.
Looks a chance.
Inside half is going to be absolutely brilliant. Outside
Square's
half is just
okay.
about as good.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, nice shot. Thank you too to everyone who is tuning in to watch this Bowls New Zealand broadcast with 2 more days to go. We've had a very good uptake of viewers on this Champion of Champions series so far on the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel. If you haven't already done so, we would ask that you please click the subscribe button. The reason being, you will then get notification whenever it is that we are live, so it becomes harder to miss the bowls that is broadcast. If you've not already done so, please click the subscribe button. I think it's in red, or there could be a bell somewhere on your screen. If you click that, we'd be much obliged. One of the cool things about having these broadcasts on YouTube, Terry, is that every year it seems to get easier to cast videos to televisions, and a lot of TVs actually have YouTube inbuilt now, so we like to think that when we broadcast on YouTube, people from their phones, as long as they're on the same Wi-Fi network as their TV, are able to cast it directly to the television, or even just find it on the television itself.
Yep, certainly very accessible these days.
And Jenny, another good end here. She's outplayed Christine coming in this direction. Can see the crowd building in the background. The men played their first round this afternoon. Some of them probably have come down to watch the green and see what is happening.
That looks a good line for Sharon. Yeah, she's drawing some lovely bowls. We did see that a lot in the singles only a week ago.
Yeah.
Always looking so relaxed too.
Very impressed with the body language from all 8 teams we've had. No, how many teams? All 4 teams we've had on the broadcast so far today. That's a good bowl.
Oh, wow.
Lovely shot. What a bowl. Well played. Will be the shot. Looks like she's playing with hints like XGs based on the grip pattern as well, if anyone was curious.
Yeah, Sharon will really just be looking to play the same bowl again. You know, it's a bonus if she gets any little touch on the jack. That'll bring in a couple of other shots. Looks to have put a little bit of weight on, but if she
Square.
sits off that, not out though,
Oh,
maybe.
it tried to sit down with the bias, didn't it? I'm not quite sure. Oh,
Well, that was enough for shot.
yeah. So what do you play here?
I think you do back yourself here to just draw another one. I think you have to be there. It'd be better you to move the jack than Sharon. But of course, she will be aware that jack movement isn't that ideal.
This could be absolutely brilliant.
Pick up momentum from the touch.
It tried. It tried.
Well, it makes Sharon's shot a little riskier though, doesn't it?
Draw around the blue bowls on the back end.
Yeah, it changes her shot, which I think is a good result because she's just played 2 really good bowls down that forehand side. I wouldn't have wanted her to have a third one.
No.
She's on a wide line over there.
Well, what is on for Wendy? Just rolling your own bowl
Yeah.
up? Because it's on the roll, isn't it? So
Same bowl again, really.
in theory, any touch on Wendy's bowl that you see to the right of the jack should roll it closer.
Yep, certainly on the run. Lovely delivery again. Looking on a tighter line. She could still get a result though. Just dropped a bit of speed off. Good head of bowls there.
So they're going to measure.
I'd be surprised if it's a 2 to anyone though, isn't it? We're continuing our
Yeah.
pattern of 1 shot per
Yeah,
end.
been a well contested game thus far.
So at this stage it looks to be Sharon's shot behind the jack that's holding.
And
Yep, 1 to Sharon. So the Bayview side.
3-5 now, the score after 8 ends. So 1 an end. I think a reasonably fair reflection of the game. Early on, Mangawhai had more chances than Bayview, but it's been very even since maybe end 4 or 5. How do you break up an 18-end game in your head, Terry, when you're playing a game of bowls?
I would typically break any game up into thirds. That's typically how I do it.
Into thirds?
Yeah, as far, I mean, you know, singles is quite different being first to 21 shots, but yeah, 18 ends, I'd probably loosely be thinking 3 6-end sets, I suppose you'd call it. I think sometimes if you approach it as, you know, one big 18-end game, it can be easy to fall into the trap of going through the motions. But if you break it up into 3 lots of 6, yeah, it just keeps you sharp, and that's what you want.
It sort of becomes a way to analyse how the game has been going, doesn't it? Like, I know there's been times when I've played quite long games of bowls and taken them reasonably seriously, so I was paying attention, and I marked on the scorecard how many ends I'd won versus opposition, and you just check it after, as you say, the thirds. And if you're sort of going 50-50 or more on the ends one, it's like, well, my game plan's obviously okay. Whereas if you look at a section of 6 ends and you've won 2 and they've won 4, you've got to think, well, what can I do differently in the next 6 ends to reverse that? So yeah, it's a nice way to just sort of visualise a game of bowls, I think.
I know personally when I've done that in the past, I quite often found that, you know, my first third of the game would start off reasonably strong, and my last third as well, but that second third was always my weak link, I suppose, and that's where I'd fall off.
Lovely bowl from Jenny. Christine following it down on the forehand. That's a nice shot too. Really good battle of the leads happening in this game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see. Finding their line really well, especially this end. Looks a chance as well.
Good line. How's the weight? Also good. That's a beautiful bowl.
Wowee.
What great leading that is from Jenny. Really settling into her work nicely here. And work to do for the Mangawhai team. Maybe we'll see our first multiple of the game.
I thought you were about to say maybe we'll see our first run shot. But no, we're backing the draw. And look at this.
Oh, what a shot.
Goodness.
What a bowl. That's absolutely brilliant because it spat the jack out to the left, which should make it easier for Wendy Sargent.
And I liked the way she approached that.
Great bowl.
You know, there wasn't any target. I think you were just looking to draw down again. And if she happened to get a touch on the jack or a touch on that front bowl of Jenny's, you know, that's opening it up. And she did exactly that. Lovely speed to play it with too. Wasn't ever going to lose a bowl.
Very good stuff. And Sharon quickly into the work on the backhand. Is it important now for Sharon to try and sort of visualising like a bowl directly in front of the jack or slightly to the right as we see it? You don't really want to leave that nice easy shot for Wendy. Something like this from Sharon.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah, it gives Wendy less room to work with.
What's the story, guys? That second shot.
Not a bad path.
Look at this.
What an excellent head we're looking at here.
It's been enjoyable, hasn't it? Lots of effective bowls.
I think Sharon now, she's got that one in front, you know, a bit of mud in the eye now. She needs to probably get past. I think she needs to be careful here. No, she's got lovely speed. Oh, no, careful at the front.
We're going to see our first bit of weight.
Yep, just reaching through.
Well, you've got those 3 blue bowls of Mangawhais that sit nicely past the jack.
And Wendy's purple one. You know, that's 4 of their bowls back there.
It's actually possible. Yes, exactly
That's
what
it,
we just heard
Christine.
there.
We'd love to see it.
Just reaching through. Got a bit of position.
Oh,
Well, if it stops, it's good because it improves the situation. Does Sharon go for cover or try and change the shot? What would you do?
I think the idea is, I don't know. I'd be tempted to go past, but if I happen to, you know, touch one of my bowls on the way in, that's going to change the shot. She's going past by the looks of that.
Might get someone just to remind Christine that we've got a few cameras here.
That's a really good position bowl there. Helps the cause anyway.
Okay, it's understand. Yeah, to go back to the players. Literally, the last time I was on the camera, I then stood directly in front of the middle cameras. It's very easy to get caught up in a game of bowls when we spend so much of our time not being broadcast.
Oh, I was going to say, you know, we don't naturally play with cameras, right? So you can stand just about anywhere you want to stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you've played with cameras a lot.
Even then, when you get into the zone, you're just trying to watch
Yeah.
the bowl. So there's no, it's just what happens. Anyway, I don't think it'll be a problem. I think Colin's been dispatched, and Wendy said, look at the head. So it's a very good bowl of Sharon's because it means the weight that Wendy has to play with is much more controlled.
Yeah, I'd still be looking to move the jack. I mean, if you do go one down to that bowl at the back, so be it. You're one down anyway.
It's possible for the jack to get a wick off Wendy's bowl and finish.
Yeah,
for,
I don't think you overthink
4.
Sharon's bowl. It is a great bowl there, but I don't think we worry too much about it.
We'll worry at all about it. Fascinating weight decision.
Do you think it was just that, I want to be reaching through sort of...
I don't know. Doesn't matter. What was that to Bayview, Terry?
Well, I thought I heard someone say 2 down 4, but I'm not sure. That might have been Wendy from the other end though, so she might have been asking it more as a question.
Yeah, we'll just wait to see. They'll update their scoreboard and we can
There's
go from
Christine
that. So
now.
Christine just updating their scoreboard. She doesn't even know. Oh, 1, 2.
Oh, we break the pattern.
So there we go, 5 apiece.
The first multiple.
After 9 ends, so we're on end 10 now. At the halfway mark, all square. And the jack, we haven't really seen, have we seen a long jack yet? Just the one that was out of bounds, eh? And that was sort of redelivered.
Yeah, that's it.
Very absorbing game this has been.
Oh, good opener here from Jenny. She's really found it, hasn't she?
Has, yeah, really clicked in. Delayed reaction there from me, sorry.
A nice reply though from Christine. No need for Jenny to change. Sharon likes it again. Yeah, lovely home.
Good bowl.
Wendy, happy for Christine to look for the jack a little bit here. She's not far away.
Look at
Tell
this.
you what.
Look at this little straight finish at the end. That's a great shot.
We're seeing some really classy leading here, aren't we, Alex? You know, we think about the last end going in the other direction. Jenny had 2 shots, one in front of the jack, one behind, and Christine found a way to just slice it out.
Mm-hmm. It has been very enjoyable because there's been lots of effective bowls. You know, it's just a nice exhibition. Even this bowl's well played.
Yep.
Under the line a little.
Almost got a result if she got the underneath of her own bowl. Just to sit it over once.
Christine on the back end. She's got the weight. This is a mighty bowl. Look at that. Good stuff. If it sits down, that's good for Mangawhai because it reduces the split.
Yeah, looks like a nice bowl to use at the moment. You know, not to take away from the fact that it is a good bowl. She's played 3, really well played bowls there.
So you actually, Mangawhai probably wants the bowl to sit down.
Do you stamp your feet as you walk up past her?
I did at the Indoor Nationals.
Did you?
Oh, it was a game that we'd qualified and the opposition couldn't, so we decided to have just a fun game, an exhibition match.
Okay.
And we had 3 bowls around the jack that were on an angle. And
Right.
I was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I stomped and got the bowls to sit down?
And
so I stomped once and they moved a little bit. And I just kept going till they all 3 sat down. We had like 3 touches.
I was gonna say.
Jude Martin was thrilled about it.
Yeah, she's a lady with good humour.
It was very
I
fun.
was thinking it'd be a bit cheeky otherwise.
I just didn't randomly do it, Terry.
Yeah.
She's got the right weight here. Needs it to hold, needs it to hold.
Oh, brilliant
Beautiful
to
bowl.
watch.
Absolutely magnificent shot there from Sharon.
Oh, this is amazing, isn't it?
The standards really lifted in the last 3 ends. All
It's-
4 of these players.
Yep, absolutely. Still a nice little shot there for Wendy. How's the speed? Not quite there. I think the line was okay for that shot. It was good. Just another, probably mat and a half. Wow, so Jenny indicating that the Bayview team are holding 2, not just the 1.
That's what an incredible bowl from Sharon that was then.
Yeah. Looks to be on a good path, Alex. I think she's going to go to a really good home.
If it stops, it's amazing. Good
Yeah,
shot.
you'd be happy with that.
You almost want to miss on the narrow side on the forehand, on the backhand, sorry, for Wendy's Sargent, because if she clunks into that shortest bowl, there's a little plant.
Yep. Yeah, the shot bowl will sort of run past and you'll get a nice little
Snick
jack
the jack
movement.
out to the left as we see it.
But here we go.
Needs to get it square.
Oh.
Yeah, good bowl. Well played.
Excellent.
This has been a great end of bowls, hasn't it?
Yep. Backing up another good end of bowls the end before.
Really enjoyable to watch this.
Right, what have we got here? So they're looking to draw. I was actually just wondering if there was a little channel on the other hand. You know, using the outside bowls.
Stop being so aggressive,
Look.
Terry.
Do you see? Maybe it's not quite on. Oh, look. Alex. I am in absolute awe.
What a bowl.
This is why you draw. Don't be aggressive. Who's holding shot? Wendy coming to have a look, and absolutely fair enough.
That is one of the best bowls you'll ever see.
Not an easy shot to play. Is she holding 1 there? It's hard to know with this camera angle. I'd love to be a bird's eye view right now. Either way, the fact that she was drawing on the hand where if she would have moved the jack, you know, it's sort of coming into that shot bowl.
It's
That's not an
incredible.
easy shot.
No, it's the best, one of the best bowls you'll ever see. I think Wendy will play to the right as we see it. You know, any touch on Wendy's own bowl. If she's down, she'll be good. If she's up, she won't play the bowl.
Sharon just so casual in the background as if she didn't just play the best bowl of the day.
Yeah, right. This is close here. Surely this is close.
I think
Look
it
at this,
depends on
Terry.
the speed.
Oh, you're short.
The path was so good.
That was the loveliest line, just to rock Wendy's own shot, or second shot bowl. Maybe she's got one. Maybe that's what's happened.
Certainly worth a measure by the looks of everyone's body language.
It's been really good stuff. Enjoyable to sit here and watch this as we see Christine the weight Jenny's measuring.
Would love to see this standard continue. It's really only that one bowl of Jenny's that we see not in the head, and you know that was a good speed really.
It was 1-2 Wendy and Christine Mangawhai, which would explain why Wendy was short with her bowl. So it's going to be 6-5 to Mangawhai after 10 ends of 18. And some great bowls going on here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium.
Oh, sorry, I'm glad the kitty was well. Good on you.
Look at that, they're engrossed in their bowls.
Well, after an end like that, you'd be happy to come away with, you know, scoring a shot once the dust had settled.
See there, both very focused, Wendy and Sharon. And another end, no long ends really have been played in either game. Just that nice mid to 2/3 length, bit of space at the back of the head left as we see Christine on her forehand, and all four of these players have really warmed to the task, to be fair. Like, we've not seen that many loose bowls in the last forehands, Terry.
Yeah, they're certainly in touch. This looks to be in the area as well. Just a bit shy.
Where's this one?
It's like that other bowl earlier in the game. It's just
Vanished.
disappeared.
Disappeared. It's magic.
Oh, we can see Christine's one now at the back. Changing hand now makes plenty of sense.
On the backhand. How's the weight?
Oh, she's not far away.
That's a lovely bowl. And no back bowls yet, so for one back bowl.
Oh, for Christine.
Yeah,
Christine has a back bowl, sorry.
that's okay. No, we're a commentary team. I was going to say that it's important for Jenny to be reaching past the head here.
I'm with you now. Oh, another bit of jack movement. Oh, might not go with it. No jack movement.
Took a coat of paint off the jack on the way past, but ultimately didn't do anything. You can see there the two back bowls that we have on this end. One for Mangawhai and one for Bayview.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a stingray on the back. That's
Where are
cool.
you looking?
Of the Mangawhai
Oh, yes. On the back of their shirt.
back of the shirt. Lots of different and really cool club uniforms now, aren't there, Terry?
Yeah, it's great to see. We did see the Russell Centenary shirt, didn't we, in the first game? Did that have a swordfish on it, did it? I don't want to claim that I know sea animals. I imagine we'll see Sharon on the backhand now, and we do. Still room for her to draw in there, and she's been drawing like an absolute demon.
On the backhand.
Not this time though. Sarah back door, little edge, not quite. Well, Mangawhai still holding two shots.
Coming back in a little bit.
The speed was good.
Took my grass in.
Another opportunity now for Sharon.
On the back end.
I think the speed's improved. Oh, only slightly. A bowl.
What's that? Wait to right?
A lovely delivery. I've been really impressed with Wendy Sargent's delivery, Terry. It's very smooth, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
How's the weight on this one? Oh, agonisingly short. If we were watching a game on an outdoor green, you'd almost be tempted to think, well, maybe the grass is lifting up or something's changed just with the number of short bowls we've seen on this particular end.
Yeah, and you know, the standard has been so high these recent ends. So something's just sort of disrupted their level here.
Not by much. The green's been fine, hasn't it? It's just the speed, the weight that the players are playing with. We see there's 5 bowls that are sort of 3 or 4 feet shy, and you see, I think that was indicated by Bayview, it's 1 down, so it must be 7-5 to Mangawhai now. Is that right? Or was it 2?
I had it in my head that it was 2, but
You
the
could
scoreboard will tell us.
You're probably right. We'll just wait for them to do their own scoreboard. So
It'll be interesting to see if for the bulk of this game it has been 1s, but we have seen 2s scored.
it looks like she's still staying at the top. Flip her over her.
Do you think it's going to stay like this for the rest of the game, or do you think someone's going to get a break and get a multiple?
Always feel like it's unlikely for 18 ends to be played without a multiple.
It does feel that way, but also the way this game is going. No one's really looked like
Blinking.
Yeah, probably that one end. I think it was the 4th end.
Was the 2 there? Sorry, Terry. So 8-5 is the score. I think we're going to see a bundle go to one of the teams. I think it would be exciting if it went to Bayview.
At this point, yep.
Then we should be sort of very near like an all square last end situation. On the back end. Remember, one more game to go after this, scheduled for approximately 3 p.m, and that is Rory Soden and Mike Reddy from the Kaitaia Church Road at a far north, playing Paddy Edwards and Clayton Simpson from the North Island Bowling Club in Manawatu, and that should be a good game as well. And more bowls tomorrow, and more bowls the day after that. Tomorrow starts at around 10:20. There'll be 3 games, and the final stay the same as last week. Exciting times, Terry.
Definitely. I am looking forward to the 3rd game today. If it was anything like Rory Soden's singles match a week ago, we'll be in for a real treat.
It's one of the best singles games you'll ever see, that particular match. And Jenny here on the back end, trailing by 3, 5 shots to 8 are the Bayview team. Sort of probably want to not drop another end. You don't want to sort of do 3 in a row down. Colin Williams there, strolling in the background.
Striding.
Just, moving at more pace than I'm used to seeing him move at.
It's been a really evenly contested game, although Mangawhai did have an early lead. They were only scoring 1, so they were 4-0 after 4 ends. And of course, we saw the teams locked in at 5 each. Mangawhai, of course, pulled away again. Sitting nicely so far on this end, a couple of shots.
Yeah, loose first bowl. So important here from Sharon.
Oh, look at this. Needs to steady. Wowee.
That's brilliant. What a shot.
absolute brilliant draw play, and we've seen that time and time again.
That's such an incredible bowl. Look, she just standing there.
It's just another day in the life of Sharon Manhennett. Oh, what a reply here from Wendy.
Oh,
Well,
yes, deserves to get the shot out of that. For a second, it felt like she might not.
possibly still one down. What do we play here? If she is still holding, yeah, I don't think she'd play the forehand again. It's too risky. Not easy on the backhand either, though. Must be a path around Jenny's bowl.
What would you play here then?
Oh, if that's... If the purple is the shot bowl, which I'm thinking that's what Jenny's saying, there might not be any risk in sticking to the forehand. Yeah. She just played a lovely bowl down there. And if that purple's no risk, well, go again.
How's the weight? How's the weight
Oh,
here?
my.
How's the weight?
That's okay, because
Good bowl.
she was already one down.
No harm.
Wendy and Christine were looking like they weren't going to play their last bowl, but of course they don't have the last bowl of this end. Having a smile about that. I'm sure we've all been there. I know I have. So whose bowls are at the back here? Those both Jenny's. So Sharon absolutely has the option to come on that forehand again, probably a little bit more speed this time.
Yeah, it's just about if you get past the frontest bowl, the shortest bowl, you
Yes.
get past the shortest bowl, you're happy days, aren't you? Because there's so many chances.
Yeah, whether
As long
she...
as you're, past
Sorry.
the front one. You go.
Yeah, whether she finds the jack or connects with Wendy's purple bowl that's close to Sharon's one, she's going to get a nice, I don't know, roll out of her bowl through Wendy's. Jenny's bowl is waiting for Sharon, waiting for the jack to come through, so movement is absolutely an option. Two brilliant draw bowls so far. Can she do it again?
Third time lucky here, trailing by 3 shots. She is
She's
very
close.
close here. She's
Oh.
close here.
Bit of both. Oh, wow.
Beautiful bowl. You
Well-
know, the aggression was worth waiting for.
We talked about the possibility of whether a multiple would come, and I think this could be a 3 potentially.
That was absolutely just a perfect bowl from Sharon. She got past the front one, went inside half of a short bowl, cannoned out the shot,
Might have just been the 2.
and worth 2 there, we think. So 7-8 the score.
And a really timely shot too, because, you know, if Wendy and Christine did score that shot, you know, sure, it's only one shot and it might only be a 4-shot difference, but in a game like this, that does feel like a big difference, doesn't it, when it has only been 1s and 2s?
Yeah, because it's only 1s and 2s, essentially you put yourself 3 ends away. You know, you'd require 3 ends of work to go back. Was it a 3? Incredible stuff. What a shot. So all square now after 12 ends.
Yeah, so a 4-shot swing there. And what a game we have on our hands.
And Jenny delivering the jack. Is that on the longer side?
Well, I think for this game it's on the longer side. Sharon showing interest early, and for good reason.
Yeah, that's a nice bowl. Have you been to Mangawhai in your travels, Terry?
No, I don't believe so.
No, it's lovely.
I've been to, really just Paihia, Whangarei. Where's that place? It's sort of...
That's nice and specific.
I remember on my way up to Paihia, I veered a hard left.
All right.
And, it added, I think, 3 hours to our trip. It was intentional.
Oh.
Sometimes it's not intentional with my road trips, but this was an intentional one. And we went to a place, I wish I could remember the name, and they've got really clear waters. Helpful?
Is it up?
It is up and it is left.
I've got nothing for you, Terry.
Okay. Does it start with D?
Da.
It's not Dargaville, is it? No. All right.
Dargaville's not that far up, really, is it?
Okay, maybe not. I'll come back to that.
Cool.
But anyway, I have not been to Mangawhai.
Oh, it's very nice.
Oh, you've been?
Oh. Jenny on the forehand. How's the weight here? The green is okay. It's down to the oomph. That is a lovely bowl. Good shot. And Christine being asked to play on the forehand side. It's a shame there's going to have to be a winner of this game, isn't it? Because they've both played really well, these teams.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this last section of the game plays out. Christine holding 2 shots again on the crossover, but that hasn't always seen them score, has it?
No.
Sharon's been dynamite, really effective. Makes for an exciting game when the shots change so often. It isn't always the case. So the standard of bowls absolutely not to be taken for granted. Here we go. Feels tight for Sharon's bowl. Good speed though, really good speed.
Am I better just to draw this, try and draw this side? Lock it.
So what's Jenny asking that for? Not Jenny, Wendy. Said, am I better just to draw this side? Why would she be better to draw on the forehand, do you think?
We've all seen Sharon's draw game. And if she's got a path to the jack, there's an open run to the jack, she's often finding it. I feel like Wendy feels if she can just beat her to it, that will take that shot away from Sharon. Unfortunately, she hasn't done that, so Sharon will know a wider line with the same speed. Needs to come back. I think she's too wide this time.
Yeah. It's a half chance. I don't mind the idea of Northland switching back to the left as we see it. Just because Jenny's bowls,
Yes.
what happens if you slightly overplay your bowl and you take the jack back a little bit and suddenly instead of holding 3, you're only holding a 1 or you've given it away.
I don't mind which hand she plays. I agree with you. I think there's more risk associated with this side. But if you back yourself, that's not really an issue.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to ability.
Yeah.
I'll play the forehand, it's safer.
Yeah, if she played down that left-hand side of the screen, she had the opportunity to sit Christine's bowl twice, the one that's level with the jack, and that would effectively help them out as well. Well, that looks like a better line, doesn't it? If she's got the right speed.
She's got the speed. This is an absolute bomb here, but I think it's tracking through just a smidgen.
Yeah, not by much at all.
It's a lovely bowl, but out of the count. And Mangawhai may be well advised to play the other hand. Stressing me out, Terry.
Yeah, especially now that there's 2 bowls there, but The unwritten rule, if you're holding, make sure you've got the line right. Wide, if anything, right?
Yeah, well, she...
Or short.
Yeah.
So yeah, she perhaps if she was playing on the other hand, she would have played that with more confidence. It did seem like she was scared of the jack there, and for good reason. But for that reason, you'd switch your
Yeah, I
hand.
know, you can't see.
So that was a 2. So Mangawhai goes back into the lead, 10 shots to 8. As we near the last four ends of this game, 5 ends of this game. Remember, you can find results on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, which you can access through the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook page of this Laser Eye Centre Champ Champ series. And the formula is if you win 3 out of your 4 games or more than that, you qualify for post-section. Nice and simple, don't have to rely on section winners and people beating other people or points differential or ends one. If you win 3 games or more, you qualify.
Yeah, no, I do love that format.
Keeps it, yeah, nice and simple. And within your control as well, I think, which is always pleasing. As we see Jenny on the forehand. That's a good bowl. Well played. Lovely start. Not sure how long it's going to hold on for.
Held on longer than I thought, actually. Maybe that was the speed.
On the same track again. This is very close from Jenny. She's got the weight right.
It's always great when you can...
Isn't that lovely leading?
Yeah, when you can start off with a good bowl and then back it up straight away. That's always a good feeling.
Yeah, it is a nice. Yeah, it's nice to rinse and repeat, isn't it? And you know, usually when you let it go, that it feels the same. And Jenny here has the chance to cross over holding 3.
Can't be far away again. Oh, that's really consistent leading, isn't it?
Beautiful bowls.
And finishes right
And
in
it sat
behind the
down.
jack.
What a shot.
What a great way to cross over after having just dropped a couple of shots. If you're keen on following the results, just pop to the Bowls New Zealand website. On the home screen, there should be a tile. Can we call it a tile?
Something to click on. It's huge.
Yep. Yeah, even if you just click the Draws Results Bowls Hub, it'll take you there. I think there's a few different ways you can get to it.
Now, this is an interesting conversation, isn't it? Because Bayview's holding 3 really good bowls. There's almost, like, it'd be nice to hold a 4. But in the back of your mind, you also need to be thinking, I don't want to make it easy for Mangawhai to get out of this. So you don't want to finish there. Oh, no, that's okay. She left enough gaps. You don't want to finish level or slightly low.
I was going to say, it's
and
probably
wide.
past enough as well. that it won't do too much damage. Yeah, sometimes if I cross over with the head like that, I'm almost wanting my opposition to draw another one close, just so that I can play my shot with more confidence. But what a draw shot here from Wendy.
That is an absolutely beautiful bowl. Well played. Didn't need to rest on anything.
Yep, Sharon just looking to be inside that one on the draw.
This is close here from Sharon. Oh, unlucky. And she's tucked the bowl in behind the shot bowl as well.
Which probably makes it slightly harder for Wendy. You know, Wendy might have come down again and had the option to use her last bowl. That's been taken away now. So really just looking for the perfect draw shot. It was so close last time, and she's pretty close again. How's the speed? Imagine if she had her bowl there to work with.
That's great bowls. I mean, Wendy's crossed over.
She was 3 down on the crossover.
Good 3 down. You know, it wasn't scattered bowls. You've done an exceptional job to cut this down to a maximum of 2.
Yeah, tell you what, depending on Sharon's speed here, she had a great line. Oh, Mangawhai will be happy just to drop the 1 here. That, of course, brings the score to 9 for Bayview. And Mangawhai stay on 10. We are now on end 15.
So right at the pointy end of this game. And remember, both of these teams have had 1 loss already, so they cannot afford to lose this game if they want to stay in the hunt to qualify. So the pressure is just going to keep on mounting here.
Come on. Got 2. There's 2. Green one? The green one is 2 bowls low. You're coming here.
The first bowl here from Jenny. Oh, it's funny, you know, the moment you let it go away, although she sort of moved her arms as if she was displeased, Christine, but it might come back.
Yeah, probably looked like it was gaining a nice turn, but no, it was too wide for what she needed. I wonder, oh yep, still happy to stay with that hand. There must be a nice track through there.
Big breath in and out. See how much it means to these players.
She can sneak past there and hang around. Yeah, she's played that really well. Christine.
So Jenny on the forehand.
Oh, racing through the head here.
Oh, probably happy enough to have missed that, I feel.
Yeah, particularly given that she is holding.
10-9 the score.
Christine really doesn't need to change too much here. Underneath is fine.
Clean run.
Yeah.
That's a very good bowl.
Well played. A lot of Sharon's bowls have been played on the ditch side coming this way. Be interesting to see if she stays there or it looks to change.
You'd think the ditch side is fine, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it is Jenny's bowl coming in.
How's the weight? Good line. Interesting. So windy here. Yeah, it's not up. Oh, I suppose it just feels like they're falling a little bit short coming this direction. Now you've seen a few ends where there's been a few feet shy. Sharon will stay on her back end.
Yeah, you don't see it happening so much in the other direction.
No.
The line is good, as it has been most of the game. Oh, needed a clean run, didn't quite get it.
So what do you play here if you're windy? You're just trying to draw around it on the back end?
Yeah, I think that's it. I think you're just playing down there. I mean, we saw Christine. One bowl went around, one bowl went under. They're both very effective. Windy just looking to be in that same area, and she is. Shot itself.
Very good bowl. That's a lovely shot, and totally different kettle of fish for Sharon now. There's no easy to use position, so probably you're just trying to draw the shot on.
I'll go on the forehand and follow Windy down.
Probably, yeah. You don't want to pinch your line on the back end.
Yeah, I did mention that she has played this ditch side more often than not.
Just got to be careful. There's not a lot of position here, so this could go.
She'd need to use a bowl and hang in there.
I don't really understand what she was playing.
She's probably, I suppose if she got a thicker edge on that, her bowl would have stayed around.
She's 2 down on the head, right? So,
yeah, not an end.
Bit confusing. And Wendy now would be pleased if she could add a bonus because they've been hard to come by. Not done so. So it's going to be 2, we think, to Mangawhai, and they're going to take a 12-9 lead as we enter the 16th end of 18, and feels important now that Bayview scores. They want to keep their hopes alive. Three the difference, 2 to go after this one.
Possibly on a wide line here. We'll come back a wee bit.
This is where you think if you're Jenny you want to jump on this, you think, well, my opposition's just had a little lapse.
hold a little bit.
It does on this hand.
Guy, one down.
Yeah, well, not that much. Still reasonably well played.
A better bowl here from Christine. Still not as close as she'd like it.
On the back end.
In the mood.
Lovely bowl. Beautiful shot there from Jenny, just what was required.
Oh, pretty good response from Christine. Just running out of puff, but wasn't far away at all, and finishes a good second shot.
So what's going on here, Terry? There's just a...
I think she's lost where it was. Of course, Christine's bowl sat right in front of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's on a good path again.
How's the weight here? Was worth that little walk around the corner. Oh, it's going to pull up just agonisingly short. So holding one, Bayview. No back bowls this time for Mangawhai. So what does Wendy do? Almost think. Oh, I don't know. We'll wait and see.
She's got the beats, guys, on that one. The last one. Last ball. Okay.
You're leading by 3 on the card. Only 1 down on the head. No real position, so you can probably afford to try get position with your first bowl, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the best call. And like you say, having that 3-shot buffer on the scoreboard helps that a lot.
Like you drop a 1 this end, then you're 2 up second to last end, so you just need a score on the second to last end to be enough up to be comfortable. So it's not the end of the world if you drop 1 here and you're Mangawhai.
Yeah. Really didn't need to look to be passed though with that bowl. Like you say, not the end of the world to score 1, but it would be nice to have a shot on to try and score yourself without any risk.
Yeah, that would be the intention from Wendy.
Still going this way. Bit more way, get my one next to yours, back up.
Well, she's playing a little more assertively here.
She gets a good connection. If this is going to be brilliant. Well played.
Yeah, that was a good bowl. Had chances for a better result, but didn't quite get the angle.
Jenny just indicating Sharon to play underneath the head on the back end. What's the plant doing?
Oh, I was actually going to say that a couple of bowls ago, but held off. I don't mind it.
I think the plant's fine. At the you need to get it. I don't think the pink bowl and the blue bowl are touching. So,
which is probably a good thing, right? Because
yeah,
we won't see it.
You want the inside half of the pink bowl,
and we'd see Jenny's bowl.
Oh, there's another bowl to come from Sharon. She might play the plant with her last one.
No, our game style now as a commentary team is to call the draw.
Just draw.
We can point out the plants.
So I have to call the game that I play.
But yeah, I did like the idea of that bowl coming in, collecting the jack. Might change it.
No,
it's still there. They could get what? Maybe even 3 if it was perfect.
It'll be very cool to watch. I hope that it gets played.
Instead, we shall watch the draw.
She's got the line for the play.
Oh, look at this though.
Needs it to hold. That's a better shot than the. Oh, it's not a better shot. It's
Well-
still one. It was half a bowl away from two. It was a good. It was a good bowl.
A tremendous effort. And realistically, the shot to play as well.
Yeah, it was a good bowl.
We do get a little carried away.
So the score now 10-12, and this is the penultimate end.
Mangawhai still in the best position here because, well, naturally with a 2-shot lead, but if they were to score even just a 1 here, they're 3 up going into the last end, but they can afford to drop 1 or 2, and it would mean they've got last bowl, last end.
Yeah, they're going to get 2 bites of the metaphorical cherry here, whereas Bayview needs to score the next 2 ends, really. Unless they, like, if they don't score this end, the closest they could be is 3 down last end, and I think they've scored 1-3 in the last 17.
Yeah.
So your balance of probabilities, you'd go for Mangawhai. If Bayview score this end, then anything could happen. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw it go to an extra end, to be honest.
No, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Be a great way to round out this game.
Why not?
Solid opening bowl from Jenny. Nicely in behind there. A beautiful line, and it sits. That's a good line
It is.
for Christine.
How's the weight? Well played.
Yeah, how important, Alex, are those opening bowls, especially on a crucial end such as this one?
Sets the tone for the head as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, you want to play those good bowls early, and it just takes a bit of the pressure off, doesn't it? Close here from Jenny now. I think it's just depending on the speed more than anything, because the line was pretty good.
Yeah, and you see there Sharon just indicating that she was 1.5 feet shy. And that's for Jenny to make that correction. It's nice to know
Yeah, definitely.
how far away you have been. Christine, not far away with this bowl.
On the other hand as well, a little bit of movement
Good
would
shot.
have been ideal, but yeah, 2 excellent bowls there. I'm sure we'll see Jenny on the same hand. Drawing through seems to be the call. I think we're going to see her on the tight side. Will come to a handy finish though.
Beautiful weight.
So if anything, Christine will want to be on the right hand side and pass just to break up that scoring area. But 3 lovely bowls
Yeah,
there.
really good stuff.
Does of course leave that opportunity open for Sharon. Her strength has been the draw game though. But I think those nice little overshots, which this one would be if she's looking to play the jack, she's been pretty accurate with those as well, hasn't she?
She has. And
5 minutes.
Sharon just on her forehand here, I think. Very important for both of these teams. Remember this game, they have both lost their first one, so whoever loses this is essentially out of the competition. Sharon giving that bowl every chance with the weight.
Yeah, that was a really nice speed, eh?
And added to the bunch that she could trail the jack too, so that's a nice bowl.
good path if she has the speed. Needs to carry on. It's probably made slightly more of a target in a way. She's on a wide line again, so I wonder if she's taken speed off or not. No, she... Oh, she has taken the speed off. I don't think that's... I think she needs to keep the speed.
Yeah, she'll be a little bit disappointed with that, I think. How's this one? Lovely view of the bowl breaking back into the head, up and over, 2 rolls.
Well, the head looks pretty.
High risk, high reward. Well, not a high risk. There's a
Certainly high reward. Moving over a little bit.
wow.
Oh, she
We
got
just
an
have
edge
to watch
there.
the body language.
Oh, might have cleared out a couple, but ideally they needed to score there.
Balls left, I just need to draw now.
I think Wendy and Christine probably breathing a sigh of relief there.
Yeah, I mean, Sharon must have been very close, which we weren't able to see, just as we can't see this one. I've long been an advocate that we should get a Bowls New Zealand cattle prod or something, just to...
A kettle pot.
No, people won't get out of the way.
How many was that? 3?
2 or 3. I think it was probably, I felt like it was a 2, so I think it's going to be 14-10. It's the last end, and how exciting would it be if we got our first 4 on the last end to make it all square?
It would be exciting. I'm not sure Christine and Wendy will let that happen. In saying that, Sharon and Jenny, they did have an opportunity that last end to score a number. They just weren't able to quite convert it. Down to the speed now. Christine, what a lovely opening bowl. That's how you want to start when you're 4 up on the last end.
Absolutely, and it's important that almost all 6 of Bayview's bowls need to be passed to the head, don't they? Because you need 4 out of the 6 to count. So you actually need, all 6 of your bowls should be at least 2 or 3 feet past or further.
Yep, you want to give yourself every chance.
Can't afford any short bowls if you want to score a 4. Oh, that bowl is not going to be counting in your number. So now 4 out of your 5 bowls have to be passed, which is what's going on in the back of your head when you're trying to find a number here.
Yep, even though Christine's bowl was a really good one, we probably don't need to focus on getting the shot at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the equation for Bay viewers. Put 4 or 5 bowls past the jack and then see what we can make happen. Because you need them to all be counting. So this bowl has to be passed. There's no other. It has to be passed ahead.
This is a better shot here. Right onto the jack. Oh, it's still not past though.
Look, it's a start, but you need to find 4 shots, Terry. And the jack's likely to be moving. That blue bowl there that Christine has drawn can't be there if you're going to score your 4. So again, a bowl past the head is really, really important from
Look at this
Jenny.
from Christine.
Meanwhile, yeah, Christine's just stacking it up. This is a great head built from Mangawhai. Just put one past and work out the rest later. Yeah,
Yep.
good call. It's good bowls from the Mangawhai team to defend their 4-shot lead. Would say they've played, I think they deserve to be about 4 up. They've been very, very slightly more consistent, I think, than the Bayview team.
Passed.
Yeah, I can't. 4 is going to be such hard work here for Sharon. Just because there's nothing to move the jack to, so anything Sharon does, there's lots to consider. We'll see what Wendy is able to play. So that's how it sits there. Remember, the dark blue bowls are the Bayview bowls. I need to find a way to score 4 shots on this end. So you look at that head and you think, oh, where is the 4? I couldn't even tell you, Terry.
No, I think we're going to have to see 3 near perfect bowls from Sharon. I do wonder if, I mean, it's certainly not ideal, but I wonder if you do just have to sit that shot bowl, just 1 roll.
I think so, and then build your 4 there.
Draw another 2 shots and hope Wendy misses twice.
Yeah, you can't really afford for the jack to move.
I think that's what she was looking at doing, but unfortunately
if it stays in bounds,
I think, actually, would they be better off just to kill it?
I think so, yeah.
Kill it, replay, start again. They've certainly had some really good heads, so they're capable of putting bowls where they need to go.
Look, we know we've got 2 bowls to the right of our screen. What happens if you do play the plant? Does that pop the jack out to where the 2 bowls are?
Is it more going backwards, though?
The plant that's now half blocked. I don't know. I think you have to play something with weight and pray to the bowls gods that they'll be generous, but not an end that they'll want to remember here, the Bayview team, because it just doesn't appear as if they're trying to find 4 shots.
Content with the loss. Oh, here comes another one.
So where's your 4?
Could you now play through the backhand through that bowl of Christine's that she's pointing to now?
Square, follow on, stick the jack over to the
left.
You'll
need it to just slice the jack over.
Maybe.
And
I hope
have
so.
your bowl hang around. It's there. It's not the worst option.
Yeah, Sharon's going to come have a look at this, I think, which is clever.
I don't even think it's that easy to kill it, is it?
No.
Maybe through Christine's bowl.
That's such a good bowl.
It's
So we were talking about trying to find a 4 with Sharon's pink bowl on the 2 blue ones of Jenny, but Wendy's bowl that sits at 6 o'clock to the jack now sort of stops that from happening.
I mean, it feels far-fetched, but I feel like you could still play through it and hope that it collects Wendy's one as well.
You'd need to get the blue bowl that sits at 2 o'clock square enough to get the Wendy's bowl that sits at 6 o'clock out, and then your collision bowl needs to follow through and snick the jack over to the right, as you said. Then you've got 4.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think if you're getting Wendy's bowl, you're probably not getting any jack movement.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
If you get rid of both the bowls, I don't think your collision bowl, because the collision bowl has to get that square or slightly inside half of square. Maybe as square as you can. Maybe the collision bowl follows through and moves it. Like if you get the bowl at 2 o'clock square and your collision bowl follows through, you snick the jack over to the left and rest Wendy's bowl out.
What speed would you need for that to happen
Ditch
to get
weight,
it right?
Ditch weight probably. No more. You don't want to hit
You
too
can't
hard
be-
because your bowl can't shear off.
Yeah, it can't be full-blooded.
I don't know. Whatever Sharon does, it's going to have to be with a bit of weight here, and then hopefully.
At least if it is full-blooded. If you get Christine's bowl
The angles
through
are
the
right.
jack enough, it'd kill. I'm still open to that.
I think it kills the most realistic solution. Wrong. Okay. So she's found
Not on
something
the backhand at
forehand.
all.
On the forehand, opted not to find the 4, so they're content to not win. And there we go. Congratulations to the Mangawhai team. They've won. They're still alive. They're still in the event, winning that game 14 shots to 12. It was a good game, I think. Mangawhai deserved to win just by a smidge. They played the slightly better bowls at the end of the day, but a great fight it was from Sharon and Jenny, wasn't it, Terry?
Yeah, absolutely. A really well contested game. And next up, we have men's pairs between Mike Reddy and Rory Soden from Kaitaia Church Road, and Pat Edwards, Clayton Simpson from North End.
And we're out.
High performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Laser Eye Centre Champ Peers, broadcasting live from the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined for the third time today, and I haven't got tired of it yet, by Terry Blackburn in the commentary booth. And as you can see, we are going to watch Mike Reddy and Rory Soden, who was just standing there from the Kaitai Church Road club from the far north, take on Pat Edwards and Clayton Simpson from the North End club, Manawatu, in what is the first round of the men's event. Terry, we saw Rory play a singles match against Mike Galloway on this rink a week ago. How excited are you for a repeat of that performance?
Oh yeah, really excited. He was amazing to watch last week. You know, it looked to be a game that Mike Galloway was going to sort of pull away with in the end, but Rory fought back tooth and nail and ended up coming out the victor himself, and then of course finishing as a bronze medalist on this Sunday. So, no, very cool to see him back on our broadcast. I'm sure he will treat us to some high quality bowls.
And I'm sure also that a number are tuning in from the far north to support Rory and Mike in their endeavours here.
So we've watched 2 games so far today, Alex, in the women's pairs, and whilst the first one was a bit of a blowout in the end, still some really good bowls played, particularly by the Bridge Park Auckland team of Aggie Motu and Leslie McClendon. The second game, of course, was really closely contested. Only just in the last couple of ends did the Mangawhai team pull away. But some of the ends in that game, just about every bowl was
effective, eh?
Yeah, the shots were changing a lot. No doubt we'll see a lot of that here.
Oh, I like those balls. What do you think of the new multicoloured bowls, Terry?
Yeah, I like it. I was just about to say I haven't seen a bowl like this one before. The orange and black splice, I guess, is that what they're called? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, no, look really good coming out of the hand. Oh, it's always great to add a bit of colour to the game. There's quite an array of bowl designs out there now.
I have the multicoloured bowls from Aero because I couldn't decide
which colour
I wanted, so I got 7.
Got them all. Fair enough.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good start here from these 2 teams.
No need for Rory to change anything now. Should be in the count, I imagine. Very deliberate delivery.
Been around for a long time, Rory Soden. Played out of Auckland and North Harbour, and now the far north. Had a lot of success in all of those centres. Lost the New Zealand singles final to Mike Galloway at the Carlton Cornwall Bowling Club 4 years ago. 3 years ago. Sort of one of those players that's quite well known, and you find people look at the draws for these sorts of events and go, oh, that's a game I might quite like to go and watch, because you know these players are going to have the ability to find something special, as we see the North End skip here on his backhand.
Needs it to run.
Beautiful track, it's just short of a gallop. And see what's come out in the wash here. 2 conceded, and Kaitai measuring for the third shot. Did that bowl just sit down?
Yeah.
Cool. Thought I was imagining things.
I think it's the back one that they might be interested in. So Rory's third bowl well and truly in, and so is that. Is that a 4 to start?
Maybe. I'll just see what happens on the scoreboard in the background. Is Mike ready here? Delivering the jack. And leading off on his forehand side. It always makes me chuckle because outdoor bowls is an outdoor sport predominantly, and we get used to, like, when we play lawn bowls, you have your comfort blankets, and often we wear hats and sunglasses, and we take the game inside and play. It's still like, oh, I'll wear my sunglasses because that's what I wear outside, and you can see Mike Reddy's got his sunglasses protecting the top of his head, and there'll be players around that are wearing hats to stop the glare and also hold on to the comfort blankets, even though it's not, there's no reason really to wipe a bowl on an indoor carpet. It's not going to pick up dirt. It's not going to get damp.
No, but I can't explain the sunglasses other than maybe you just like the look. But as far as holding onto a cloth, it does feel quite different when you're bowling without holding onto a cloth.
For sure, I have to play with a cloth because I need to have that. It's a comfort blanket. Maybe I should try an indoor bowl, see if I
think
get better.
sometimes if I leave, for whatever reason, I've left my cloth down the other end, I probably end up holding my shirt just to feel like I'm holding on to something.
Pat Edwards there on his backhand side.
So it was a 4 to the Far North Club of Kaitaia Church Road. What a start to the game. And it was never really one that necessarily looked like it would turn into a 4. It just sort of happened that way. A couple of good bowls from Mike off the front, and Rory added to himself. The game we saw last, I think there was only 1 3 in there. The rest were 1s and 2s, predominantly 1s. So 4 feels like a big number.
It does. Pat on the backhand with the North End Club have got stickers on their bowls, which is nice. So the stickered bowls are the North End Clubs, and the unstickered ones are the Kaitaia Church Road Club bowls. A lot of people watching on for this first round, at least, of the men's event.
Yeah, it's certainly filling up now as we enter the late afternoon of Friday.
I just missed my mouth with a glass of water, if anyone needs to know that information.
You could have got away with not many people knowing, and now hundreds will.
As if they don't have us on mute. I just surprised myself. It was, yeah, okay, as you were, Terry. I nearly choked on an ice cube. Okay, we've got Clayton Simpson here on his backhand. It's very shiny bowls.
Yeah, I was thinking that last end. It's not just the lighting, is it? It's...
If you want to put a shine to your bowls, there's 2 or 3 ways you can do it, Terry. Grippo will shine your bowls up. It's a bowls polish. But you can also get clear shoe polish, and that'll polish your bowls up to a nice reflective shine, and ideally a stocking.
Yes, I have seen one of those in action.
Down to that, mate.
Good bowl there from Rory
Yeah,
to
he's drawn the shot.
claim the shot.
is you smear the polish on the bowl and put it in a stocking, and then just sort of move the stocking around the bowl, and it polishes it up really nicely.
Yeah, my bowls could certainly do with a polish.
Good line there from Clayton, but just slightly overcooked.
Yeah, I think Rory just needs to stick to the same, just adding another bit of weight on again as he did for his second. Needs to run on. Good line again. Room either hand for Clayton.
Yeah, you can do.
What's he doing here, Terry?
He's just changing to the forehand. There was room either way, but I can understand feeling more confident on the forehand. It feels a little more open there. No chance of promoting Rory's last bowl. Again, it's great when players feel comfortable with switching. Wasn't far off here. If he stops, he's got shot, and he has.
Lovely bowl.
I imagine it is just the one. Although did Rory's bowl sit down? My mistake. So that's 2 to North End, which is a great reply after having dropped 4 shots. Closing the gap early is always a good way to go.
Exciting start to this game as we see Pat Edwards deliver the jack. And I don't think that's up.
Umpire.
Just got an umpire to see if the jack is a legal length. Yeah, thanks again go to the Laser Eye Centre for their support of this Champ of Champs series. If you want to book your free appointment, you can do so. Just call 0800 733 2020. Nothing to lose. Like we were talking about before, Terry, even if you just came out like 2 years since you've had your eyes tested, it's worthwhile going to. And the worst case scenario is you get your eyes tested.
Yeah, that's it. The free assessment that you can book in is about an hour long, and they do a fair bit of testing and chatting. So well worth it. The recommendation, of course, from our expert Melissa was to get your eyes checked every 2 years. May as well make it this year. I know I don't get my eyes checked very often.
Jack straight in there.
It's on a good path here. Great opening bowl. Never really looked like missing.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Yeah, very handy reply by Mike. It's a great start to the end for both players.
How's the weight here? Yeah, good shot. It's the North End Bowling Club can trace its roots back to 1921 when it was still known as the Northern Bowling Club, excuse me. Obviously didn't have enough of the water earlier on. But they amalgamated with the Terrace End Bowling Club, the Northern Bowling Club and the Terrace End Bowling Club in 2020, so now known as the North End Bowling Club in Manawatu. Good bowl. Nice leading here from these two players.
I think he's hunting a little bit here.
Mike
He's
Reddy.
not far away. How's the speed for this shot?
Short of a gallop, I think. Well, that's 6 bowls within Kui. That's the worst, the only poor bowl on that head is that last one.
Yeah, both players giving their skips plenty to work with. That's the goal really, as a lead, isn't it? You know, yes, holding shot on the crossover is a bonus, but so long as your skip has options, you've done your job.
You've done your job, absolutely. I agree. On the forehand.
Oh, he's not far away either. Clayton, lovely speed. Don't think Rory will be short here. He'll make sure he's given it a chance. Here he comes.
Really?
There it is. Where's it gone?
I don't know. I couldn't see.
So I think that was Pat confirming to Clayton that they are holding the shot still, just a different shot. A really good bowl from Rory, but work is still to be done. A nice shot, of course, on what would be his backhand.
Little feather. Oh, I didn't get it. It's Mike Reddy just saying to Rory that he's level. Very focused, isn't he, Rory Soden?
Yeah, good call to come and have a look at this. Would have wanted to be past though and not block himself for any opportunities. He hasn't. I'd be tempted if I were Rory to play under those bowls. Do you think there's a chance there?
I think so.
Play the shot bowl out through Mike's bowl.
Yeah, you can cannon through the short one, can't you?
Yeah, could get a couple out of it.
Down to the weight here. Not sure if he's got the full running. I think you go underneath. I think you're right. You see if you can get square onto that, the bowl.
Yeah, there won't be any jack movement in it.
Sort of shot that Rory plays really well too. Is that nice, very, very controlled weight, because you just need to essentially get any connection and it's going to roll on. On the backhand, as square as you can get that bowl at 12 o'clock to the jack.
Chances.
He's very close here as Rory Soden. He's very close here.
Needs to hold.
That was like an eighth of a bowl away from perfect.
Yeah, really good weight too, like you said. Didn't overplay it by any means.
Oh, he almost could have got a 3 if he'd got away with it, because it's collision bowl.
Would have stayed
Would have
around.
just stayed. Can you imagine Just the, what was that indicated?
I thought there was one down. It would have been unfortunate to roll in Clayton's bowl for a second. See what.
Just wait for Mike Reddy to update the score. Our scoreboardists have called it early and said it's 4-3, which is probably right.
Well, now it says 4-4, Alex.
Well, well.
And it is 4-4.
4 apiece after
So,
after 3 ends on the 4th. What were you going to say,
I
Terry?
was going to say, so Rory did unfortunately knock in that second shot. It's probably slim chances of that actually happening.
You probably wouldn't have even looked at that as a possibility of it going wrong. You know, you just, it's such an unlikely.
Yeah, and even so, I think the shot was still, good enough that it was the shot to play anyway. A good opener by Pat again. Just falling short this time.
Really, sorry, Terry, they're not mucking around, are they, these 4 players? Like, I think we're seeing this game played at quite some pace. It just seems like it's flowing really nicely.
Mike now on his backhand. Should hold a little bit here. Enough for it to hang around. Yep. Not far away at all.
Yeah, a couple of feet on that line, mate.
On the backhand here. Oh, good try.
Well, the Manawatu side quickly clawed back that 4, didn't they? Looks to be a good line. Pat's interested.
That's a lovely bowl. Really
Yeah.
well played shot.
Brilliant.
Be pleased with that.
Rory straight into his work. Also on a good line here. Needs to break quickly.
Oh, snicked it and went past.
Excellent effort.
Couldn't have done much more.
My last memory of Rory would have been as teenagers playing against Queensland. I think it was like a wider Auckland team. Look at this from
Great
Clayton
shot.
Simpson.
Well, you got to wind up at that, don't you?
Oh, I don't think he'll be short anyway. Straight into it again. I don't know that they have that anymore, do they? The Auckland, Queensland.
No, not for some time. There's a number, when you look back through, a number of players who've gone on to achieve a lot of things played in that.
Here we go.
Must have been very close.
Just left it behind by the looks of that. Slightly tight. Or light, depending which way you look
On
at
your
it.
perspective, eh?
Well,
Two touches.
from just about both skips.
Yeah.
Well, Clayton, he's already played 2 brilliant bowls, and here comes a third one. What's he done?
Oh, he's hung around on it, sat down.
Yep, 2 shots.
Holding
but
2, that's a great shot.
could he go 3 down?
I was going to say, he could be 3 down in about 30 seconds. Huge.
Sorry. Very similar bowl to his last. Maybe a touch more speed. What are your thoughts?
Just a smidgen.
It's wide, doesn't it?
He's disappointed with that. I think
Okay.
maybe he was not sold on what weight he was supposed to, like what weight he wanted to play there, because his bowl would have gone into the ditch if it hadn't been stopped. So he played quite a lot of weight, but he played it with a draw line. Maybe he was thinking, I could draw through the gap for 3, or I could play a more forcing weight and just make sure I'm there, and then you do half of each and get nothing.
Yeah. It's quite common, isn't it? But like you say, it did look like an unclear bowl.
So the Kaitaia Church Road Bowling Club, established in 1949, so a while ago, and I see they have they had their 75th anniversary mixed 4s on the 18th of May this year. So obviously still a thriving club way up north in Kaitaia.
Pat Edwards absolutely leading the way for North End.
Top-notch bowl.
Clayton, of course, has been backing that up so well. In the area. Really good bowl.
Yeah, good leading. Pat will just try and rinse and repeat on his first one.
It's pretty good again, right?
I would say so. That's a lovely bowl. Well played. This is a great leading.
Mike doesn't have to change much either.
No, it came out nicely.
On a good path too.
So you'd think it'd be quite close. Now you're thinking, keep going. Once you realise it's not going to break in time.
That again, that gives Rory something to work with. Of course, we see Pat switching to what would be his forehand.
Another left-handed player.
You're not wrong,
But every
Alex.
game we've had left-handed players, which is fine. Yeah, that does make the backhand and forehand a bit more
look
confusing.
At this. Should be very handy. 3 top-notch bowls there.
Michael stay on his forehand, you would think.
Yep.
May even just pinch his line a little bit and keep the similar weight to his second bowl. So you're clunking into the shot bowl or pulling the jack back instead of trying to dead draw it. Added more weight again there, so I think that was his intention, but just took that line.
Still though, missing in the right areas.
You can see there in the background Grant Goodwin from wherever he's from nowadays has won some crazy amount of club titles. I don't recall the number, but it's a very impressive number of club titles. Father of Justin Goodwin, who has a Silver Star, Bowls New Zealand Silver Star. Certainly a well-known last name in the bowls world. How's this one here from Clayton Simpson on the forehand?
Well, this is impressive to watch, Alex.
Oh, great stuff here from this Manawatu team, early days.
Oh, and it falls over, really just negating the back. I think Do you go straight through
Yeah,
Clayton's bowl?
there will be no mucking around here.
All three of those would disappear, wouldn't they? An uncharacteristic.
Look, it's no exaggeration to say that's the most that we've ever seen Rory miss a bowl by, and that's a compliment to Rory because he's usually within within a couple of feet. He won't do that again.
Nah, and part of me was expecting him to full commit to that. I don't think you need to be perfect for that shot. Clayton now just sending one round the back. That's a good call.
I feel like Rory's committed to aggression here.
Better path here.
Hey, look at this. If it holds on.
Still needs to hold.
Oh, he's getting closer. He'll back himself to get it with this third bowl. He's playing weight to score. If he gets Pat Edwards' bowl square with that weight, the Kaitaia Church Road team will get one shot. It's not killing. And all you can do if you're Pat and Clayton, you may as well stack it up and cross your fingers. Here we go. So sitting with 3.5, maybe 4 shots. Rory's had 2 goes at it. He's going to go a third time. Needs to make an incremental adjustment to this last bowl. Has he done so?
Oh, it looks a bit aligned, doesn't it?
He's got to be closer this time, team. Look at this, if he gets it square. Oh, unlucky. Good connection.
Cut it down to 2.
An eighth of a
maybe.
bowl narrower, and you were okay. Interesting times.
Well, they'll be pleased that the only end they've scored so far this game was a good end to score with a 4.
Yeah, so 2 there, so it's going to be 8 shots to 6, 4. 8 shots to 4 after 5 ends in favour of the North End team. An exciting game, and it's a quick moving one too, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Racing through this one.
And Pat Edwards leading off on his backhand. Played well.
Oh, they both are, aren't they? Pat Edwards and Clayton Simpson. They've barely missed.
Yeah, the first end was a little bit scratchy, and then it's just like someone flicked a switch.
Yeah, another good start. And funnily enough, it feels like a loose bowl for Pat at this stage of the game, but it's not a loose bowl at all.
Mike on his backhand.
Yep, a good start.
Remember too, anyone who's tuning in and some who aren't, that we do have a Bowls New Zealand online shop nowadays, which has a number of sort of interesting bits and pieces on it. There are some used bowls that are on at a very good price at the Bowls New Zealand online shop. There's a Bowls Through the Decades book, which is a nice coffee table feature, or a birthday gift for someone in your life who might enjoy that sort of thing. There's interestingly too lots of merch that we sell from the Bowls 3.5. You can get a beach bag or a beach towel. There's a little silicone pouch to put on the back of a phone as a wallet, which is pretty cool, from the Twilight Bowls 3.5. And on the clothing side of things, we've got heaps of supporters gear in stock at the moment, as well as some really nice Bowls 3.5 polo shirts that fit well, and all at very affordable prices. I think it's $30 for the Bowls 3.5 polo shirt, which I think is a very good deal, and then the supporters gear is a little bit more than that, but worthwhile checking it out. So if you're wondering how to find it, probably easiest, to be honest, just to Google Bowls New Zealand online shop. If it's not there, it's also on the Bowls New Zealand website. Go check it out and have a look. You might find something worth buying.
Yeah, it just so happened I was on there last night, Alex. Bought myself another pair of spams.
Good. It's a nice service that we've been able to sort of add to what we do as Bowls New Zealand over the last year, and we try and stock things that are of interest. And the supporters gear was fantastic at the World Championships to have people decked out in the New Zealand colours. Good shot there from Clayton Simpson. Rory just taking his time. He won't be flustered, won't be concerned either at 8-4. What's this conversation, do you think, Terry?
Yeah, well, it looked like Pat was calling for Clayton to be around the back, but as Clayton pointed out, they do have one on that side over there. I'd just be adding another one to the head. Sitting one of Pat's in just to make less room for Rory would be a good start. Well, I've got another one back there now.
Rory on the forehand.
Oh, he's close here. Just needs a little contact, which he found.
Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah, it does feel like Kaitaia Church Road need to score, don't they? They've dropped the last four ends, scored the first, haven't scored since.
Even to just get that momentum back, you know, just sort of start clicking back into gear.
So Clayton changing hands now. He's absolutely played
What
that
a
to
shot.
perfection. Holding one. After being one down, that was a brilliant shot. I think the call there was to sit through the shot bowl.
Now 3, Ray.
Needs to break, I think. Didn't get it.
Oh, interesting. They're riding hot, aren't they, the North End team, as they continue to rack up the points, or the shots, rack up the shots on their side of the board.
I see, is that 11-year-old Jordan to the left of our screen there?
Yep,
Ventured over to the Aussie Open with his brother, is that right?
that's correct.
Had a couple of wins, did they?
Yeah,
yeah.
It's a good little family of bowlers. Always good to see. Well, that's one of the cool things about our game, Terry, as you and I both know, that you can start at any age, and there's often a lot of teenagers who play the sport and find success that way, just as there are a lot of people who do take the sport up upon retirement or retiring from other things.
Jordan also featured in the National Under-26 team in Wellington. What do they hold? or the
National Under-26 sides competition. At the,
yeah. Yep, Jordan was there.
It's a great little event run by the Bowls Wellington group. As we see Pat Edwards on the back end, really zeroed in on his line.
Showing interest in this one. Just needs it to run, I think. Still coming.
So Pat on the back end. Look at that, you got 5 bowls right in the middle of the rink. Mike Reddy on the back end. Nice smooth delivery, that one.
Make that 6, Alex.
Oh, see the Canadian coach has been sent home for the football scandal coming through. Back onto the Olympics chat. Here we go. Clayton Simpson, sorry, on the forehand. He's been on fire. Oh, nearly continued. That was almost brilliant.
Just his line there. What will we see Rory do here? Alex does have good position.
It's a very good question.
Sneak around. Oh, yep. Good bowl. Only just clearing Pat Edwards' bowl on the wing that we see. Giving it a chance.
Yeah, still on that forehand side. Watch the collision bowl. Watch the collision bowl. Sheared off.
That's stiff, isn't it?
It's gone poorly. He played it well. Well, he played it well. Rory staying on the back end.
Yeah, part of me wondered if it would be a better idea to sort of sit in front of the jack, but possibly not. It might just set up a nice little target. But I think that's what he might do, and it might not be a bad thing.
No, you were right. So
Well,
if it
if
sits
he
down, it's
sits,
good.
yeah,
it's
that's
gone
good.
well. There was a brief 2.5 seconds there where it's like, oh no.
That's it. I think if you could sit it square in front of the jack, which is what he's done, brilliant. But it would have been oh so easy to just sit narrow of it, and boom, there's a split.
What sort of weight are we going to see Clayton play?
He's not happy with that, I don't think.
Needs it to go for a walk. Hasn't done so. It's just underneath the line.
This is exactly what Kaitaia need.
Got to make this bonus count. Like you really want this shot to be scoring, eh? You know, it sort of rubs a little bit of salt into this wound if you can.
He's got a good line. Just clear it again. Well, make sure of that one.
Just overplayed. And the players are so quick, we don't really get indication of who's got what. I'd say it's 3 shots to the Kaitaia Church Road Club, so it should be 7-9. But we'll just see.
Well, you'd be pretty happy with 7 shots, given that they've only scored 2 ends.
4 and a 3. Yep, 7-9 it is after 7 ends of the 18. And you're right, only twice have the Kaitaia Church Road Club scored, but 2 bundles. Well, 1 bundle and 1 sort of, what's less than a bundle?
A jack bundle.
That's funny. Needs it to hold here. Not going to.
Mike looked a little disappointed with that one, and fair enough. I think after, well, any end, but particularly after scoring a 3 to close that gap, you really want to be keeping that pressure on, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
But really, I suppose it's no matter what circumstances you've got, you always want to start the end with a good first bowl. This one looks better. Brilliant correction here.
Yeah, good bowl. Right. To there. I think this is short. And I wonder, you know, if you are Kaitaia team, Far North team, maybe this is teaching you something else. Like, do we throw longer ends here when we have the jack? Is that the way we can throw Pat Edwards a little bit off his game?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, you know, Pat.
He's been exceptional.
Yeah, he'd looked like, I didn't think he was capable of missing by this much. He was just going so good. I did wonder if it was worth switching hands there. Didn't make the correction. Surprising.
Yeah, poor bowls, but I think that's something that Kaitaia, Rory and Mike will take away. They go, right, when we have the jack, we're throwing it long, and that's going to be our best chance to outplay Pat from the start.
Yeah, they did have a little exchange on the crossover, and I wonder if they did comment on that.
You do try and clock that sort of stuff, when you're playing. What is working? Particularly when your opposition's playing really, really well, you have to try and think, well, if they are missing, what are they missing? And how can I make that happen more?
It's all a very important part of the game. Look at this from Rory.
Yeah, good stuff here from the Far North team.
Well, Pat does have 1 bowl there at the back, which is helpful. I think it is worth searching down through those bowls. How's his line, Alex? Maybe he is just drawing, is he?
Interesting.
He'll be disappointed with that. It just sort of reduces his options slightly. Rory will be doing enough of that himself. Yeah, coming around the back. Fair enough.
Well, it'll be another counter around the back.
My bad.
It is a slow green. Yeah, okay. Oh, so many gaps. I'm not sure if you...
No. But then what else do you play?
I don't know.
It's all a bit awkward whether you're drawing or playing with weight.
I actually don't know what you do.
It's a little bit in or out. I think I'd be inclined to play with reaching weight. And he is.
You want to hit anything square, but he's just going to hold. Not
Whose bowl is
bad.
that one?
Oh, he's cannoned.
So those are Mike's bowls coming through.
Oh, this is looking real messy for the North End team. A minute ago they were leading 9-4 and absolutely on fire, couldn't miss.
Oh, they were brilliant to watch, both lead and skip.
Now they're going to be 3 or 4 down on the head again. This will count. Is that how many they're holding? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5?
I would say 4. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'd say 5.
Well, I don't know what to do.
No, I think you sort of follow Rory's bowl down, but I'd probably have a little more weight, right? Hope to connect. You just have to hope that your bowl connects in a way where it's staying around, not skirting off somewhere.
This is a huge moment in this game.
Came out nicely. It needs to be under those bowls, but running through. He's not far away.
He's close here, inside out.
Needs the right
inside
edge.
out.
Oh, well played.
Good shot.
They'll take it 2 down there.
That's an absolutely brilliant bowl when they were a million down, but it's going to be a 2, so 9 apiece after 8 ends, and we'll see another long end from this Kaitaia Church Road team. Exciting game, Terry.
Yeah, definitely. It's been an interesting one so far. Nearing the halfway mark.
Yeah, twists and turns, aren't there?
So it is a long end. I'm not sure if it's the full length though.
It's a little longer than what they had been playing. I think that's the call.
Yeah.
And just wait and see how it goes. But the way Pat had been leading, I think anything less than that is good for the Kaitaia Church Road team.
Yeah.
Nice wake there from Mike Reddy and Pat. Let's see if he can just adjust the radar a little bit.
I think he has.
Well played. Well, that lasted for one end. Okay, cool. Mike on the forehand side.
Coming back now.
Beautiful line. As we see Pat Edwards on the back end. His first bowl sits at 1 o'clock to the jack. Second bowl just fallen a little bit short. I do think it's a good solution for the Mike and Rory just to deliver those longer ends when they can.
Not far away here. And it collects
Great
it.
bowl.
Brilliant. 2 shots back there. It's on a good path anyway. Oh, look at
Oh,
this.
what a shot.
Almost shot itself, not quite. But we see Rory playing on his backhand. Now that Pat's bowler's there.
Maybe. I think we probably will.
Looks that way.
On the backhand, indeed. Oh. Looked a bit unusual on release then, didn't it, that bowl? Little feather.
Alex leaning to my left.
You know, I have been known in commentary when someone stands in front of the camera to lean to see around them.
I can understand that.
But you're just watching a screen, Terry.
Yeah, you're not achieving anything,
It doesn't
are you?
work.
It's worth trying.
I thought just an indication of.
Oh, he's knocked in a second shot there.
He has, and the fact that it's rolled up to be level with the jack would indicate that he had nice weight. But certainly, things aren't turning quite as to gold as they were for Clayton.
Yeah, if Rory can draw one right on top of it, won't be easy for the North End team. How's his line? Needs to come back further, I think. Staying on the forehand.
It should be on the backhand here.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well.
Just because you've got two bowls that you can now use, it's so much easier to find a way to get the shot on the backhand side.
Even if he runs into Pat's bowl, the angles are a little weird, aren't they? Oh, there's probably the best place you can get it.
Look, he's played that as well as he possibly could, and he's still one down.
I still maintain that the higher percentage was on the backhand.
Well, he's still one down, so that means you were right.
But a little bit less freedom now for Rory with Clayton's bowl back there. You know, before he sort of had the world to work with. He's just getting a gauge for how short he was.
And I think I would say with confidence that we'll see Clayton switch to the backhand with his last bowl.
Yeah, he has the catcher now to work with. Watching from the player's end-ish. Yeah, Rory looks to have adjusted his weight.
On the backhand.
So, yeah, he has to be on the backhand now.
Can use that. Really, you could actually use the bowl of Rory's that sits at 2 o'clock to the jack if you wanted to. But otherwise, you can literally just draw it on the backhand, right? Like it's just sit down, you make a 2 out of it. If you get the jack a bit further back, there's actually a very strange 3 that you could find on the backhand. I would be very shocked.
No, I think he was saying, I can't go this way now because I could slice the jack. So he was just
saying
confirming.
What not to do.
Yeah, that's it. I can't do this, I will do that. Yeah, just drawing it an inch or 2 would be an excellent result.
On the backhand.
Oh, is he holding?
He
Needs
could
a
get
feather.
he could get a feather.
And another one. Oh, that'd break your heart. Little wry smile from Pat there.
Not sure I would have laughed at my opposition.
They're calling an umpire, are they?
Not sure.
Yeah, just confirming to remove that one. It's between.
Measuring those two. Now the distance is actually small enough. I wouldn't be surprised to see calipers, plastic calipers indeed. Now they aren't allowed in indoor bowls. They are not.
Interesting,
you know,
but they are allowed in outdoor.
Yeah, you are. Calipers are calipers. I actually don't know why they're not allowed in indoor, but it's now law book. You can't use plastic calipers.
Interesting.
You have to use metal
They
calipers.
still measure.
I can't. I literally couldn't tell you what the reason is. I actually prefer the plastic ones because you meant to go. Yeah, the colours go opposite, so you can put the. You'd almost go the other way around. The white on the yellow and the yellow on the blue.
I suppose with a white jack you'd put
Well,
the
they'd be
yellow
designed
there.
for white jacks. Yeah.
Yeah. So he just hasn't switched them.
It's all good.
Well, now it might be white on yellow.
They'll be little hench-like calipers,
There you
I
go.
think. They're actually easier to use than metal ones.
Well, moment of truth.
There you go.
Oh, not the moment of truth.
I think it's the purple bowl.
Moment of truth.
Pretty well measured too. These calipers. Most impressed. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
lovely
that's
stuff.
that's probably a good result, considering the
Fair
orange black
yeah.
bowl had 2 edges.
It's a fair and reasonable outcome.
But still, you know, luck happens when you're in the area. Well, sometimes. Sometimes you might not be in the area at all. But for this particular bowl, you know, he had a good speed. He wasn't too far away from the target. Things can happen.
So the score 10-9 to the Kaitaia Church Road Club.
I was expecting a longer jack again.
I think that was an accidental shorter one.
Okay.
I would be very surprised if it was on purpose.
Well, that's a good opening bowl.
Oh, well, done better.
How's Pat going to respond after that little back and forth?
That's the question. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
pretty good speed too, a really nice speed. Opportunity for Mike to punish that.
On the.
Might race through a little.
Yeah, very effort. And I think we'll see Pat switch to his forehand side. Confused.
There's still room around that bowl. Agreed though, it is. There's more room
How's your weight?
on
Oh,
the
excuse me.
well, the other side.
See there on the draw, you're fine, mate. Just trying to get in inside of mine. Draw weight, you say.
Here comes Mike again as it comes into focus.
He's not far away. Good bowl.
Yeah, good.
And third time lucky for Pat. On his backhand.
Well, advantage to Kaitaia Church Road Club as they cross over. More people coming in by the looks.
Good to see that crowd building. Like I said, over the weekend we got 2 more days of this event to go, with the best bowlers in New Zealand gathered here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium. What better place to spend a weekend than having some food and beverages, watching the top bowlers in New Zealand battle it out. As Rory plays a shot on his backhand side. How's the weight?
Yeah, that looks good.
The weight is good. That's a great shot. Well played. Really warming up to their task nicely, aren't they? This team from far north.
Yeah, North End certainly had a really good string of ends early on, from about N2 to, I don't know, N6.
On the shorter ends. Although this is a shorter end, I suppose. So.
Yeah, sometimes just having a couple of long ends, though, enough to disrupt your rhythm and go back to short, and then you've lost your way. Not for Clayton, though.
Good first bowl.
That helps their cause. That's it. Follow him down.
On the back end. I think you just stay on the back end here for Clayton Simpson. He plays the first ball really well.
Yeah, he doesn't have many other options other than to just draw. So if I'll just approach that bowl thinking, I'll beat my last. Not to beat.
It's been given the one congratulatory clap, rightly so.
Yeah.
And it's a good head. There's nothing to hit, so Clayton just has to try and dead draw this.
So question for you, Alex. With these
It's always stressful.
spliced bowls, two-tone bowls, whatever you call them, do you think, I don't know if you've watched Clayton, but when you hold your bowl to deliver it, do you think he's got a preferred, I'm holding onto the black part of the bowl and the orange is facing forward, or do you think he just doesn't think about it?
I do for my ones.
Oh, do you? So what do you do? I mean, you've got plenty of colours.
My thumb has to be at a point where the colour starts. I don't care what colour because it's all spliced. But I like my thumb to be
Interesting.
where a colour starts.
Not in the middle of it.
You could add it to. You could absolutely make it part of a pre-shot routine if you wanted to. I don't see the harm.
I think I'd end up making it a superstition thing. I'll be like, right, I'm not going well. I'm going to change. I'm going to hold on to the orange part of the bowl now and see if that makes a difference.
Fair enough. Look, there's people do stranger things in bowls.
Looks to be a shorter end again, does it? Maybe that's the way to play though. Just keep moving it.
Chopping and changing the jack. Yeah, that's a reasonable strategy. Usually you see more experienced players do that when they're playing newer bowlers, don't you? You just go, oh, well, I'll just change where the jack is delivered every time and back myself to find it quicker than the opposition.
I know Caitlin Inch and Selena Goddard had a game plan going into one of their games. I think it was back at Multi-Nations. And right from the start, their approach to the game was, we're going to change the length every end so that our opposition can't settle at all. And they played it super duper well and, yeah, won that game really comfortably. And I thought, smart.
Yep.
Good bowl from Pat Edwards, who's found it again. Wasn't far away from Mike.
Good try.
If anyone is interested in the Laser Eye Centre National Champion of Champion Women's Pairs results, they can of course go to the Bowls New Zealand website. I'm on there at the moment and can see that the Bridge Park Auckland team that we saw on broadcast this morning, Aggie Motu and Leslie McClendon, they've played 3 matches and won all 3 of them, and that's not surprising given the form they were in this morning.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It would be unsurprising to see them feature at the pointy end. 2 very good bowls played while we've been talking by Pat Edwards, more like what we saw from him at the beginning.
Oh, this is amazing.
Mike Reedy, what a bowl! That is very, very, very good. Man number 2 must have just been thinking, okay, normal service has resumed. We'll see if we can find a way to score 2 or 3 on this end. And Mike just went, no. I'll draw. He's actually unlucky his bowl didn't sit down, but Pat's not far away. Watch this. How's the weight?
A little touch.
Oh, 3 great bowls from Pat Edwards.
Not easy to get out, is it? Clayton will really have to be looking to draw the jack to score.
What do you do here if you're Rory, Terry?
I think you just have to beat him to it on the draw. I feel like a broken record saying that. I'm all about beating them to it. Down to his speed. Well, probably helps the cause a little bit. No, it's sat down. It's still there. Now, I will say, in the first part of the game, I thought Clayton was favouring the orange part of the bowl facing outwards, but these last couple of ends, he's been holding on to the orange part. So I don't think there is a pattern. Oh, great effort. The good news for Mike and Rory is that even if Mike's bowl does sit down, I don't think the jack is going to move to those front ones, which is always nice to have that comfort.
Such a quite a tight head. Okay.
Not happy with that one. Probably happy it wasn't on stream then.
Here we go. Clayton Simpson on the forehand. I am surprised he's playing the forehand, to be honest.
Yeah, Rory's bowl.
Well, you could reach through on the backhand, even if you real low speed on Rory's bowl.
I just feel like you've got more options again, right? You
3 or
have to
4
play,
chances on the backhand with a metre of weight.
yeah, like you say, even if you connected with Rory's one at the front, you're going to get a weird wobble happening.
Should wobble because it's standing up, not sitting flat. So
That's it, it's going to wobble in.
his bowl at the end of the plant to Rory's should wobble past, you know. So I think we'll see Clayton switch to the backhand here. Look at this from Rory Soden. That's pretty classy. And now you absolutely have to be on the backhand. Any weight you like, I think you get a good result. Doesn't matter.
How did he fit through there?
I don't know, but it was very impressive.
Yeah, you're not doing any damage by playing down there anyway.
You can actually miss heavy rather than short if you felt like it.
Yep.
You're not going to be worse than 2 now.
Yeah, it means your collision bowl is coming through itself, really. There's no pattern as to how he holds the bowl.
Is that your main takeaway here?
It's not part of his process.
I'm just a bit surprised.
What was the plan there, I wonder?
Not sure.
Maybe he was just wide, I think.
I think so. So it's going to be 2 to the Kaitaia Church Road team. Goodness, they're playing well, aren't they? They've really...
It seemed so
Whipped
long
into
ago
gear.
that the Manawatu side were 9-4 up. Yeah, Kaitaia Church Road, they've... How many points on the trot have they got? Not trying to do maths there.
4
11.
and 13.
Oh, have they made it to 13? Sorry, I thought they just went to 15. I jumped ahead again.
Oh, maybe they didn't go to 15.
No, I think... Oh!
What?
No. Yes. Yes, so I think they've had 11 shots on the trot.
That's very impressive. It's interesting because it's been a mix, hasn't it? They've played some ends where they've been amazing. But that end there, Pat Edwards had 3 bowls within 1.5 feet of the jack.
Yeah.
With Mike's last bowl, he drew a really nice first shot, and then Rory with his third bowl drew a second, and suddenly they've scored a 2 where they... you'd look at the number of bowls, the volume of bowls near, you wouldn't expect that.
Oh, well, Pat will be thinking, I'll just have to start again, and he has. Yeah, it does make you wonder, maybe different shot selection in that previous end could have been the difference there. I think if you do have a lot of bowls around the head, you can afford to play those little reaching shots and create your own luck, make things happen. Why rely on the perfect draw bowl when you've got the options there? But look at this from Mike Reddy.
Yeah, good bowls.
Again, Pat will be thinking, what have I got to do?
Remember, it is just their first game, these guys, of this event. It's 3 out of 4 to qualify. So both these teams, as long as they play well, will feel okay. Always nice to get a chalker win up on the board first up, I suppose.
Yeah, getting that first game of the tournament is always a good feeling. Otherwise, as they say, you feel like you're in post-section already, knockout already. Needs the outside, but he won't get it.
Oh, interesting. You have to be... almost, what were you going to say, Terry?
I was just going to say, I wondered if Mike even needed to change hand for his last bowl. Keeping in mind that Pat's bowl was, you know, half a roll back.
Yeah, it's intriguing. I'll be interested to see what Clayton opts to play.
What do you do with your teammate on the crossover? Do you have a little high five or a fist bump or?
Oh, that's a good question.
Any exchange?
I've given one high five in my entire life, and it was shit. It was after we, Colin and I won the New Zealand indoor peers, and he tried to high five me, and I didn't do a very good job of following through with that. So we don't do high fives.
Yep.
A little fist pump.
Do you know what? Julie O'Connell and I also don't high five because we're also very awkward with it.
Did you high five when you won your world championship?
No, I think we hugged.
For the hug? Yeah, it's fair.
We slowly made our way to each other from one end of the ring to the other. But yeah, no, we gave up on ourselves looking like Caitlin and Selena and the Bears very quickly.
Yeah, a little fist pump, I think, does everything you need it to do. Well, it's not horrendous there from Clayton. They'll now be thinking that they're far enough removed from having scored that North End really just need to get back on the board to try and find some momentum again. Now, they were on all 4 cylinders early on, and they've just faded that little bit, and it's about scoring again and seeing if you can get some sort of momentum back, even if that means you change your game plan and start hitting things harder than what you might be.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, they're certainly not in trouble. You know, they only need to score ones at this point to win the game. But like you say, it's just a matter of scoring. Otherwise, they will end up in trouble.
I always wonder if there's merit in when you're down and you've lost 7 or 8 ends in a row and you're not getting yourself quite as out of trouble as you could be with sort of reaching bowls. Sometimes there is that temptation when there's just a smack on, just to have a proper go at it, eh? For 2 reasons. One, if you get it, it's happy days and you're scored again, but you loosen yourself up. You get the frustration out.
Yeah,
and it can actually bring back the rest of your game.
Yeah, that's it. It is a good outlet for all of that pent-up frustration.
As long as you don't let it go too late or too early.
Now who's being hypothetical?
Pineapple it up the green. Is there anything to hit on here for Clayton? They've got second and third.
Yeah, I don't think they can get rid of that shot
I suppose
bowl.
the danger is that bowl at 6 o'clock.
What about that bowl that Rory just played? This one,
we can't see you pointing at the screen, Terry.
Okay, I need the other camera view, I think, from where Mike is standing.
Can you use the shelf that's low on the backhand side to get something to come across?
So I wondered if this short bowl of Rory's that it just played, you can get the outside half edge
to Cannon.
Pat's bowl.
You're talking about the bowl that sits at 10 o'clock to the jack, the blue one of Rory's.
Yep.
Onto the speckled one of
So-
Pat Edwards
Yes.
to cannon the shot bowl off.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, look, you get. And
Alex,
you
if-
call me aggressive. It's probably on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's hard to tell from this angle. From
He's
this
playing
angle,
it.
I don't know if he's playing that exact shot. He might be coming through the channel to get it clean.
I'm just.
Come backwards.
Oh, you
no,
wouldn't.
you wouldn't. Okay. I didn't want to call that, and I didn't. It's fine. So Kaitaia Church Road score another point, extending their lead. Isn't it crazy that they scored a 4 on the first end? They then dropped 9 shots on the trot, and now they've scored 12 shots on the trot.
I do think that perhaps if Clayton was to talk to a rink coach, maybe they might say, if you are looking to play an attacking bowl, wind up a bit on this floor or on this carpet.
Yeah, that would be a fair comment.
No, you just go straight at it. Give your bowl no chance to deviate, no chance to do weird things. Just have a proper go.
And I'm not suggesting this green is like that, because we have seen a number of, in between shots that are so well played. But you know how some rinks are draw or drive, and it is really hard to play those in between shots, So it's either you're drawing the shot or you're just committing to your run shot.
Here we go. Pat Edwards with a chance. Mike Reddy's blinked.
Yeah, longer end again.
Good bowl from Pat. We know the standard that Pat and Clayton are capable of playing. They'll just be thinking, goodness, we just need to, if we can score, we back ourselves to get back into this game. But the longer you go without scoring, the harder the hill seems to climb.
Yeah, for them it will feel like a long time ago since they last scored.
No, it is. I mean, it is. It's been an hour. What?
Yeah, I
What's the time?
suppose.
It has been a while. And they've not played poorly. Kaitai's played very well, but they know how good they can be. So it's just about trying to find a way to score for this North End team. And then you can start working your way back into it after that.
Another good bowl from Pat. Will end up in a good home.
On the forehand.
Oh, it's handy, and it sits though. Could be the shot. Changing back now. More than capable of switching. Left-handed, of course, so this is his backhand. Sometimes they just don't come out how you want them to. Gail Melrose in the background there.
Very good player. And involved with the Bowls New Zealand, has been involved with the Bowls New Zealand high performance coaching group for a number of years, and has a past life as a very successful sailor as well.
Coach of the Year, wasn't she, last year? Well deserved.
Right, what do you do if you're Clayton? Terry, what would your shot selection be?
Yeah, I don't mind this on the backhand. I think, just sitting Pat's bowl over would be enough for shot. There's a gap there. No real harm if you did run into Mike's bowl. Rory's given this one a better chance. If he runs into Mike's bowl. No, he didn't have the speed for that one.
I think you have to stay on the... Well, he's going to stay on the back end, isn't he? How's your weight?
Yeah, he's adjusted the line. Really does come down to the speed now.
Beautiful track, so he knows now he's got the line right. Really just need to find a way to score the shot again.
Clayton showing very subtle signs of a little stress back there. Just a puff of the cheeks.
Oh, look, it will be frustrating.
Oh, especially when you know what you're capable of, and not just in general, but in this game as well. You know,
I've seen it, yeah.
He couldn't miss for one patch. Bowl after bowl, he was just about drawing touches. He knows what he's capable of. This looks better. This looks much better.
This is a lovely effort here.
Or stay with it. Yeah, that's touch would have been fine. Is it enough though?
If they're still down, that is unbelievable. He's played that really well.
Couldn't have played it much better. Well, that looked like Mike signalling 1 to Kaitaia Church Road.
He's got the mat.
So that makes the score 17-9 now. After 13 ends.
Yeah, this is really beginning to become a very long road back for that North End team. This is probably the end, literally, that you need to, if you don't score here, you're increasingly unlikely to win this match.
Yeah, they can't really afford to drop any more points.
Shots.
Mathematically, it's still, what, 4-2s? So, again, they can't afford to drop any more ends.
Yeah, I think this is the end. I think you just about say to yourself, if you're Pat and Clayton, right, this is the end where we either, you'd rather go with a bang than a whimper, is what I'm trying to say. This is the end where you think we actually have to score here.
Yeah.
And even if it means we're killing the end trying to score, that's better than not scoring.
Yeah, it's just about being proactive, isn't it? Not letting it happen to you.
Don't be frightened around. It's only a bowl low, so there would be great.
On the back end.
Is he going to find Pat's bowl? No, he's under that as well.
So this is a half chance. On an end where you need to score, North End.
It's always helpful
It's a bit of an opportunity.
it's always helpful when you need to score and your opposition, fades a little, loosens up a little. This is pretty good here. Where's he going to finish?
Yeah, good shot. Woo woo.
Sit. Stay.
Here we go. Here's the telling bowl from Mike Reddy in the past. His third bowl, if he's missed his first two, has been very effective. Can he make it count on this occasion?
Well, that's handy enough. It's covering that one.
Yeah, this needs to be close, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to cross over feeling like, yep, this is a good chance to score here. And I think he's done it. Run a little further.
Yeah, good shot, holding one. Now if you're North End, you're thinking it would be really nice if Rory missed his first bowl. Conversely, Rory's going, well, I've got three goes. If I get my first bowl, I can build on that. And there's no reason why we wouldn't score like we have been. Interesting. the back end. How's the weight here? He's got perfect green. That's a lovely bowl from Rory Soden. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's about a bowl high. Very good.
How's the weight? Needs it to hold past that. Yes, very good shot.
Rory again. Looking close. He's saying if you guys want to make a comeback, you're going to have to work for it.
Drive it. Look,
Yep.
it's an end where we know they have to score. I think you wind up at this one. If you kill it,
Yep.
you kill it.
No, yeah, it's a great result if you kill it. If you get square through the blue, well, bowl might follow on, but that's all right.
I just feel like it's at that point.
Yeah, you've probably given up on being perfect at this stage. Just be effective.
That's the conversation they're having there.
Yeah.
Good decision.
I think sometimes you got to switch from playing neat to just, yeah, being effective.
Yeah, really like this call here from the North End combination. Yep, great decision. Look at this, he's close too. Got it.
Brilliant.
Oh, it's only got it square. Right decision. That was the right decision. And he's got a good drive. He was right within the area. Good bowl.
And it must feel good to feel like you've hit it right. You know,
Oh, well,
that's, psychologically, that's great. He does still have another bowl up his sleeve.
I don't understand how Rory's bowl is still.
Yeah, he must have just got it at that right angle, the wrong angle, I suppose.
It's nice to know that he's actually got that drive on him.
It's
very
probably the
accurate
first
bowl.
drive we've really seen all day.
Yeah, a good
We've been
decision.
waiting for it in the commentary, calling all of them.
Oh, we have been too aggressive in the commentary.
Oh, I'm aware.
Look, Rory's just put it back. He's just put it back. Go it again. Maybe. You're looking for... Oh, if you go it again, you're going for the kill. It's hard to switch back from a drive to a draw, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come onto the check goes back. We've got the back.
Yep, so Pat Edwards letting him know we've got the backest bowl.
Yeah, good decision. All right, what's he doing?
Wait and find out. He's looking to draw. It's to break. Hard to see. Oh, he had a great effort. I think he's found the gap, and he has. That's two stiff results, probably.
To there, to the Kaitaia Church Road Club as they continue their march in this game. Very, very good turnaround.
Yeah, they.
And it's now looking... Oh, it's just hard to see a road back for the North End team. I think they want to. I think in your head, if you're the North End team, you think, well, it's our first game of 4. If we can finish strong, that's good momentum to take into the next 3 games, regardless of whether we win this one. You
Definitely,
know,
yeah.
You can go, we'll win the next 4. We'll try and win the next 4 ends. If it happens that is enough for us to force like an extra end or whatever, that's good news. But if not, at least we've got momentum going into the next round. So I think that's probably the mindset that the North End team will have to switch into now.
Yeah, that's it. If they were to find a way to yeah, like you say, just gain some momentum here. That absolutely does influence how you approach that next game. You know, you're finishing on a high, even if the outcome is a loss.
On the forehand.
Certainly the loosest end we've seen. How many bowls have we had?
This must be the third one.
Yeah, usually there's one on it by now.
Pat will be looking just to make his correction. Good line. How's the weight? No, not going to make it.
Plenty of room for Mike. It's given this one a better chance. Where will he finish?
Nice bowl. Yeah, it's well played. Pete Edwards here. He's in the area if he's got the weight right.
Yeah, brilliant way to finish this end.
Yep, well played. So holding the shot on the crossover. Rory Soden will now probably play his backhand side. And if his form continues, he'll be drawing the shot on the backhand with his first bowl. Certainly wouldn't bet against it. Yep, on the back end, there's the first half ticked off.
Is it going to come
How's
back?
the weight? Like it will come back from there, but it just didn't have the running. And so, for the first time, what seems like hours, Rory's missed a first bowl.
Yeah, agreed.
Clayton has this half of an opportunity to try and draw one closer, because realistically that bowl of Pat's won't be the shot. Not close enough to hold on to the shot.
Yeah. Oh, that's another one in there though.
A bit of pressure, and it sat down.
That ball counting, bro?
Rory staying on his back end.
Looks to have made the correction this time.
Very close. Look at that. He's just really good. That's a great bowl.
Does
Just has
Clayton
that.
change now?
Yeah, you have to on the back end. Just has that feeling of inevitability about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, you sort of think, sure, he missed that one, but yeah, he knows how to correct. And he did.
Clayton on the back end himself now. Well, he's close.
Look at this. But, well,
A little bit unlucky
who's
there.
got it at the back there? There are two bowls. One's Pat's, one's Mike's.
It's easy. Clayton is
Come around there, eh?
short.
Thanks, good mate.
Rory switching to the forehand side. Looks like that bowl of Mike Reddy's that sits at 11 o'clock to the jack is the shot.
Don't know know if this one has the speed to really run through the back door.
No, but he's clogged the gap a little bit. Almost have to swoop around on the back end.
Pretty close.
It looks better here.
Yeah, is there a track on the forehand?
You get onto yours, onto him.
Yep.
You have to go around it. Oh, yeah? Wait, go around it, mate.
So he's opted to play the forehand side.
Yeah, there's certainly plenty of room to draw the shot in there.
How's the weight? How's the weight? He's done it. What a
Yeah,
shot.
brilliant.
Great bowl. And they've scored into double figures. 10-19 the score.
Well,
He's going to make a measure for two.
I don't think the measure will go North End's way.
Look, all they're thinking is, let's see whether we can
Yep.
So
win the last 4 ends of the game, and that's one of the 4. So
yeah,
16,
I'd be
17,
thinking
18.
3 threes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like you say, take what you can get.
Just
Just
try and
finish on a high.
finish with some momentum.
Two.
Well, not a bad opener from Pat. In behind.
On the back end. Good start from Mike Reddy there.
A good speed there. But here comes Mike. Yeah,
Lovely bowl.
excellent bowl. Yep. Pat to change to his forehand now. Following Mike down was the call.
How's the weight? Going to be short of a gallop.
Great line. Yeah, pretty good again here from Mike Reddy.
Yeah, it's been classy stuff from both of these players. Very, very consistent. You know, that's just really nice bowls.
Yeah, not only to draw a shot like that, but to sit right in behind the jack and negate those position bowls that Pat have put in place.
Yeah, based on what we've seen, again, you know, I would be totally unsurprised to see Rory and Mike feature in post-section of this event. And look, to be honest, the way Pat and Clayton played in the first few ends, it would be unsurprising if they won their next 3 games as well. You know, they're good enough players to find themselves in post section. But I think just in this particular game, the way it's gone, Mike and Rory have done everything right.
Rory probably not wanting to change anything here. It's sitting really well for them already. And, you know, they're not desperate for points by any means. They're just happy to keep scoring.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? So there's a bit of experience there. It would have been easy to think, oh, I'll draw a third shot, but all you do is make the target bigger.
Yeah.
So he's just been quite smart and just playing a bowl around, leaving the target very narrow.
Pretty good speed for what he was after.
Rory just another bowl. There or thereabouts. See Clayton moved right over on his mat.
In that late turn. Not an easy shot for him, was it?
No, it was, the weight was lovely that he played. We're just going to see Rory play his last bowl. See if he can make it worth 3 shots. Run it out, not going to be. So 2 to the Church Road team as they tick into the 20s. And we're on the penultimate end and it's looking
Oh, you need 2 maximums
like
now, don't you?
short of an absolute bowls miracle. It's going to be a win to the Kaitaia Church Road team. And they've played really well. They deserve this lead. You know, they were, as you said, 9-4 down, weren't they? 9-4 down. Picked up a 3 to go 9-7 and didn't really look back in that time. Well, then they've scored 1 more shot. And the Kaitaia Church Road team has got to 20 plus. Quite incredible. Mike ready on the forehand.
Yeah, it's really just been the consistency of those 2 players, Mike and Rory.
On the very few occasions where Mike has missed some bowls, Rory has tidied it up.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen him on a handful of times, Rory with his first bowl's been down and nutted it with his first bowl. I think the one time he didn't do that, he'd like drew a side touch with his second after missing his first. You know, he's just playing, they're playing a really good, complete game of pairs here, this Far North team.
Yeah, here we go again.
Yeah, good shot.
No danger, is there?
Oh, good effort here from Pat Edwards. Didn't quite make it in. Here's another good ball. Oh, he might be steaming a little bit. Good line though.
He's allowed to miss one, Terry.
I just went the early crow once I saw the line.
How's this?
Oh,
Look at this here from Pat Edwards. He's drawn the shot. What a bowl. Again, I think it's just about you want to finish well, because the North End team be easy to be deflated in this situation, but they got to think, look, we played amazing bowls in the first quarter of this game. Let's finish playing well, and then we can kick on and get our next 3 and still qualify here. If you're going to lose a game in an event, if like you had to lose a game, the first one's probably the one to do it on, isn't it?
yeah, absolutely.
Ideally, you don't lose any games in an event. It's much more enjoyable. But if you are going to lose a game, you'd pick the first one.
Get it out of the way, you reckon?
Yep, get it out of the way. You can have your one loss for the weekend, and then kick on and get the rest of them.
Interesting there from Rory.
Yeah, it's the bowl of someone who believes that they've won the match, right? So for Rory, it's probably going, well, why would I be silly and drive something if I have to play 3 more games of bowls?
No, I guess I just thought it'd be past.
Okay, fair enough.
No, not short. Oh, good
You might
effort.
just tap. Is there a...
Not so
you
much
could
now,
practice,
I think.
You could play a practice draw bowl on the forehand, see if you can tap the jack in the right angle to scab at one. Imagine if you draw around all of these and sit in for one shot, that would be unbelievable.
Unlikely, Alex.
You need a super grip. It's my first bowls. I started with size 1 super grip steering, and I did turn a lot. That's all I've got.
My first bowl, I don't know what it was, but I was playing with double zeros.
Oh, the first time I ever played outdoor, I played with indoor bowls because my hands were too small. And they used to walk the mat halfway up the rink and give me my 2 indoor bowls to play, and then the net would go back to where it came from.
It's very accommodating.
It was an evening, a dusk, like a twilight competition that was semi-serious at the Tauranga RSA. They used to have it. So you'd play 3 games of triples from memory. Triples of 4s, might have even been 3 games of 4s, have a full green. I'd be there with my little indoor bowls. I was there for the sausage sizzle, to be honest.
Yep, food is always a good attraction.
How's this bowl?
Oh, look at this.
Look at this. Where's the jack going? Little tap. That's
Yeah.
pretty classy, eh?
I was just going to say, first game earlier today, what we would have seen from Egi Motu was tapping the jack back. You know, yes, we've got a really good buffer, but we're going to just keep going how we're going. And yeah, it's great to see from Rory and Mike.
I reckon flat bit of weight comes through here. Get both of those out. Under this.
Right, what's the plan here?
Interesting.
To be
It's interesting talking about, I'll share an anecdote while we wait for this, and we've got another end to go perhaps. Yep. Talking about like when you started playing bowls. My grandmother kept a bowls diary of all of her bowls events, which I thought was quite impressive. And I was scrolling through it to see how she went once. And in about 2000, when I was, it must have been 2002, I was 8 or 9, and I'd been invited to like a Heart Foundation fundraiser at the Tauranga RSA. And she said, and I quote, he didn't play very well, but he sure did enjoy the food. So, okay, well, at least I made my grandmother's bowls diary. That's
oh, that's brilliant.
I can remember it too. It was a cool event. played with a man called Brian Mansell, who I think was nearing 100. He might have been 96 or 97 at that stage. And I was young, so I put the oldest bowler and the youngest bowler together.
Yeah.
He used to lead the Anzac Day parade, Brian. So really, really neat man.
Oh, that's cool.
I think he made it to 103 or 104.
I could probably think of a number of events where I didn't play very well but enjoyed the food. It's a good takeaway.
Got to be positives.
Yep, see you.
Just thinking of an event where you did play well and didn't enjoy the food.
Oh, every time the ham and kiwi fruit sandwich debacle. Very strange
Combination for a sandwich filling.
I've been reliably informed it's a popular sandwich filling in the South Island, so I don't want to offend any South Islanders, but ham and kiwi fruit is an absolute hate crime.
It was surprising.
I just wasn't expecting it, Terry.
You weren't very subtle.
I could have been more subtle than what I
Others
was.
were more subtle.
Yeah.
You know, a slight dropped it on the ground, oopsie daisy, now need to win it.
What did I do?
I think you screamed.
I remember running.
What?
I think I ran outside of the hall
Oh no.
and spat it out.
But do you like ham?
Yep.
And do you like kiwi fruit?
I also enjoy kiwi fruit.
And you like sandwiches?
Sandwiches, yes, they're nice.
Okay, back to the game.
Just shouldn't be put together.
Brilliant from Mike. May not have the shot now that it's sat down.
Up to you,
This
mate.
is last end.
Oh, yeah.
So we see Pat on the forehand.
Joining Mike around the back now. What's Rory got up his sleeve?
I do think both teams just want to finish well. The Kaitaia Church Road team to continue what they've started, and the North End team to take any momentum going into the next 3 games of bowls that they have to play. That's nice. It's been great sportsmanship too, hasn't
Do you
it?
have a bite?
Yeah. Oh, we should note that the scoreboard actually says 23-10.
I hadn't noticed that.
We've got a last bite today.
Here we go. So Rory on the forehand. Lovely bowls he has played. Look at that. Absolutely nailed it. Just let out the frustration. Yeah, good decision.
Maybe.
What are the chances?
Oh, just something, right? Oh well.
Draw a member, either hand.
Either hand. Draw another one.
That staggers me. Look at this from Rory. Playing right underneath.
Oh wow. You can see how the Kaitaia Church Road team have that scoreline.
I'll be surprised if this is short.
Yeah, go again. He wasn't far away. Somehow found a gap. Might have pulled his arm a little. What about that way?
And we'll see a shake of a hand, won't we? There we go. Very good. And congratulations to the Kaitaia Church Road team. A convincing win in the end, but a good game. And remember, we are back tomorrow and the day after with more broadcasting. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Terry, for putting up with me in the commentary booth for the day. And thank you to our workers on the ground, whoever they were, Matthew and Colin and someone else whose name I've forgotten. I'm very sorry about it. That'll do. I'm sure that Peter and John will get all the thanks done as the broadcast continues. So until tomorrow, have a good one.
high performance sports requires a laser focus every day. To get the best out of everyday life, consider vision correction by the professionals at Laser Eye Centre. With clinics in Pukekohe and New Plymouth and state-of-the-art theatres in Hamilton and now Tauranga, you'll be living your best life in no time. Get a free assessment, plus your Bowls Hub number will get you a special offer on your procedure. Easy!